We're good? And we'll get called out.
Here we go.
Everybody ready?
Hold on, I need a mirror. Let me see if my hair is okay.
See if it's okay.
Kind of shiny.
Use that as a mirror?
Greg, will you grab a couple of those?
Nobody else got that.
My sunglasses on. I know it.
I know. I just need one of the hunt tables. That's all. I got the other stuff.
Stacy, were you planning on me talking a lot in this meeting?
You know, we haven't even officially started the meeting yet, and Stacy's already throwing bombs. So, it's all fun and games till Stacy gets mad at you. All right, folks, it's 5 after 9. We're going to go ahead and get started. We'd like to welcome everybody to our Utah Wildlife Board meeting, April 27th. We're here at the DNR Auditorium in Salt Lake City. We appreciate everybody that's tuning in on the internet or on YouTube or listening on their computers or however you're joining us. We appreciate those that have made the journey up to be with us here today. We have some good stuff we're going to talk about. Should be a very educational meeting, and I know everybody's looking forward to seeing what we're going to do with the permit numbers, as are we. So we will we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. I would like first to introduce our board. To my far left, Mr. Steve Dalton, Southern Region. Next to him, hold on. Make sure you turn your phone. Make sure you turn your phones off. Make sure you turn your phones off.
Get the bounty on that one.
Yeah, that one's a bounty coyote right there.
Not an out-of-stater.
That's not an out-of-stater, no. So, all right, next to Steve is my good buddy Bair Bateman from the Northern Region. Next to him is my neighbor Calvin Crandall from the Central Region. To my immediate left, Dr. Kirk Woodward from the Northeast Region. I'm John Bair. I also serve as chairman of the board. I'm from the Central Region. Next to me, I'm lucky enough to sit by the legend known as our director, who's also our executive secretary, our director, Greg Sheehan, who doesn't vote on the board, but he kind of keeps us straight and makes sure we don't get too far off the rails. Sometimes he's more successful at that than others. But next to him is Donnie Hunter from the Southern Region, and representing the Southeast Region, the good doctor, Mike King. So, welcome, Professor. It's good to have you with us. We are a little doctor heavy, aren't we? Yeah, we are a little doctor heavy.
We probably should fire one of them.
Maybe we'll thin one down. We have Stacy, who's kind of our, what's your official title other than grand shaman of all things board? Princess Stacy, who kind of takes care and facilitates the whole board meeting. Next to her is Tuvo Wood, who is back from parts unknown to be with us again. We appreciate it. And Stacy, you're going to have to introduce your new help there. Gary, it's a pleasure. Thank you for being here. We have our RAC chairman, Kevin Albrecht, chairman from the Southeast region. Kevin, it's good to see you. Dave Black, representing the Southern region. Always good to have Dave here. You should be out fishing. It's kind of windy today, so.
Donnie brought me some flies.
Randy Dearth from the Northeast region. Randy has the nicest truck out of all of us.
That's
That's
for
why
sure.
he's famous. Richard Hansen from the Central region. You're not Bryce.
Not Bryce.
So,
I'm John Cavett.
John Cavett, welcome. Thanks for being here. And is he another doctor? Are you a doctor as well? What kind of doctor are you?
I'm a professor.
You're a professor.
PhD.
PhD. Like Justin. So, that's good. Welcome. That is kind of funny, isn't it? All right. Nobody else caught it but you, so that's good. All right. Everybody's had a chance to look over the agenda. I guess we will entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll move to approve the agenda. Chairman?
Moved by Dr. Woodward, seconded by Donnie Hunter. Any discussion on the agenda? If not, all in favor. Passes unanimous. Everybody had a chance to look at the minutes from the last meeting. I would.
Seems like 4 years ago.
Seems like a few years ago, back when me and Calvin had hair. Would have been decades ago, Calvin, wouldn't it? Yep. All right. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the minutes of the January 3rd meeting.
Moved by Calvin, seconded by Byron. All in favor of the motion to approve the minutes? Passes unanimous. Our old business and action log. Do we have nothing that we need to report on in this meeting?
I don't believe there's anything that we need to report on. Is there, Stacy?
Just have one question on that.
Yes, sir.
We've got 2 items coming up. I assume they'll be in our next board meeting when the Upland game comes up and stuff like that. First 2 items that we did on the. I saw on the agenda for the upcoming meeting and stuff like that, they did list all the youth like that that we asked for, but it looks like they just went status quo, what we asked for as far as looking at changing the hunt, put that in front, and then go back to, statewide.
As far as the WMAs, is that what we're talking about, where we have youth hunts?
I'm
or
talking on turkey hunt.
Okay.
WMAs, we have a list. They put the list out on all those
Okay.
and stuff like that. So, and that's one thing we asked for.
Yeah.
But
You're
what I say
talking
on
the turkey hunts.
On the turkey, it looks like status quo. They didn't change that.
Okay,
Look at,
let me make sure you talk into your mic, Byron, as well.
okay.
We'll take a look at that before we get too much further down the road and see where
Well,
we're
I
at.
assume
on
with
it.
our
So-
next, that's what we're doing next time is upland game and stuff like that. That would be when they bring that forward.
But-
So I think what you're doing is just reminding that we have
All right.
an action log item that hasn't been addressed
yeah.
and so far in what we've got from our rack materials.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, Stacy reports that those will be addressed, the items that you're talking about by Jason in the upcoming meeting.
But the upcoming
So-
racks start
Yeah,
next week.
this,
Yeah.
at the RAC meetings, and then we'll address that at the next board meeting, the June board meeting.
June 1st.
Yes.
Is that the May board meeting or the June board meeting?
It's in June.
It's all May.
With the May RACs, we have the June board meeting. Right? All righty. That'll be a sad day for many of you, I know, that meeting, so. All righty. We will, and I'm sure throughout the day we'll find other things we want to put on the action log, but an update, DWR update. We will turn a few minutes over to our esteemed director, Greg Sheehan, to give us an update of what's going on and bring us all up to speed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a big day today, so I'll try not to take too long, but there are a few things we've not met for a number of months now, and I think there's a couple things that are worth updating you on. We starting with some of the business at hand. Every couple of years, we have an opportunity to have some new members come into our public process and serve on our RACs and our board. But unfortunately, at those times, we have some folks who leave us. And on the wildlife board this time, our chairman, John Bair, will have served his 6 years and has one more meeting, and we'll miss him very much, as well as Dr. Mike King, who also has served 6 years here on the board. In the RACs, we have a number of folks leaving. Some of those that have served as chairs or vice chairs. John Cavett, right here on the end. Our esteemed professor, Richard Hansen, who's also chair, and Carl Hurst, vice chair in Central Region, both be leaving. Kevin Albrecht, chair from Southeast Region, and Todd Huntington, vice chair from Southeast Region. So got a lot of good folks that have committed a lot of years to wildlife management and difficult decisions that we make in this state who will be leaving us soon. So sure we'll find some good new replacements, but it's always tough to have people leave when you know they've done such a good job for us. As a matter of business, new RAC chairs will be selected over the next month or two, and the board nominating committee, who's appointed by the governor, has accepted all the applications for the wildlife board seats, and they'll be convening next Wednesday morning, I believe, to recommend 2 names to be approved by the governor to replace Chairman Bair and Dr. King. So what we will do as part of the formal process here at the direction of the chair is select a new chair and vice chair at our next meeting, which will be in June here. And that will be done by a vote. I often don't do many administrative functions up here as the secretary, but one of the few that I do manage is to accept your paper ballots and as we vote and reveal the new chair and vice chair. So we'll do that at our next meeting. With that being said, before I move on, I do want to thank all of the many RAC members, both serving and outgoing, as well as all of the board members. And in particular, if we could have a round of applause for those who have served us so well. All right.
Greg, I think it's also worth mentioning there's a lot of other board member or RAC members that have fulfilled their terms that weren't mentioned.
Yes.
We appreciate their service also.
Yes, all the service of those many folks. And looking forward to the new ones who will replace them at some point soon. So all the new members' first meetings would be in August of this year. We don't normally meet in July. Maybe a few RAC meetings in July, but next formal board meeting will be in August. Okay, what else is going on in the world? Maybe some of you had seen the world of wolves in Wyoming. This has gone back and forth through federal court processes over a number of years, but as of 2 days ago, or yesterday, I believe, wolf management was fully restored back to the state of Wyoming. That's gone back and forth through the courts a number of times. So they will reinstigate management in a manner that ensures that all resources of the state are considered in their management actions. I think that's a good day for states to regain and retain their management authority over all wildlife species.
Has there been any progress at all on the overall delisting? Is that still sitting in limbo like it's
so there are currently 3 states who in the lower 48 who have that management authority, primarily Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming now. Utah has a little piece of our state that's delisted, as do Oregon and Washington. But the three main states are Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming. There was a proposal 3 years ago by Fish and Wildlife to delist wolves in all of the other states, not the subspecies of gray wolf and Mexican wolf and red wolf, but what we kind of call the northern gray wolf, or Occidentalis. So they accepted public comment on that and did not advance forward. They didn't make a decision to delist that. It kind of just stopped back in Washington, and I can't explain what all ensued there, but it didn't move forward. So we'll see where that goes with the new administration. This past winter, we sat here on January 3rd, and our chairman, John Bair, said, what Mother Nature has blessed us with good winter conditions for the last few years and helped grow our deer herds, and others can quickly be taken away from us. And I don't know if that was great foresight on your side, but
Chairman
prophecy. A few weeks later, winter got us, and at least in northern Utah, not as much through the whole state. We had a very good snowpack and water year throughout the entire state, and the north in particular was tough. We've done monitoring. We had a lot of fawn deer in many places of the state that had collars on, and including the northern counties, Cache County, and some of those northern parts of the state, and some of those areas we lost a significant number of fawns. I think I don't know if Justin's here or Kent Hershey, but I think 90%-ish potentially of fawns in some areas, 80 to 90%. I don't think that was widespread around the state, but I think it's some isolated areas. It was very hard winter. We took some action in the northern part of the state that began with feeding. We've not fed deer since 2008. We moved rapidly by, I think we started the 13th of January, so only 10 days after that board meeting. We were out there feeding a food that was developed for deer in winter conditions. We weren't just rolling bales of hay out, which don't help deer too much. So we tried to get out and do what we did. We had great support, both with funding and on-the-ground support with our conservation groups who are here today, SFW, MDF, Elk Foundation, help feed deer and elk throughout the northern and northeast part of the state. We appreciate their volunteers. That's a big effort. I was able to get out a little bit on the ground with some of the folks even that are here in the room today and be part of that. And I think that did help our herds, but you can't feed every deer and elk, and it just isn't physically possible. But I think we did all that we could. That was followed by, as we continued through pretty severe January and February, by the 1st of February, it was becoming apparent that these deer were pretty much hunkered down in some pretty localized area, and that's when our shed antler season begins, is the 1st of February. And we were very concerned that if folks were out there either hiking or snowmobiling in and around these herds in northern Utah, that could have some really devastating effects on those deer that were already heavily stressed and losing fawns at that point in time. So we implemented first I signed an order to shut down shed hunting for 60 days until April 1st in 11 counties of northern Utah. I quickly heard from southern Utah folks within hours that all we were doing is pushing the northern Utah shed antler hunters to southern Utah to go get their antlers and some of their deer in areas that weren't as stressed. And so based on some feedback I received there, and based on the fact that we were still having a heavier winter than average in southern Utah, but primarily out of concern of those feeling like there'd be double the number of people in southern Utah, we closed that statewide until April 1st. I would say to give you a perspective of how many folks participate in shed antler hunting, because maybe many of you aren't aware, if you go out on a normal year on February 1st, you have to go online and take a little quiz that we have and get a certificate printed that makes sure you understand how to responsibly participate. Last year, we had 18,100 people take that quiz. So we're not talking about a couple dozen people participating. We felt like a similar impact could be very hard on our herds. I think we did that because that was the right thing to do for the resource. I could tell you I didn't make lots of new friends over that decision, and have many emails to help remind me that some people didn't share in that opinion, but I still think that was the right thing to do given the circumstances. We've not really taken those sorts of actions before, and I think, you know, when it comes down to protecting our deer and elk and other wildlife that are struggling out there, we need to do what's best for them. So many people said that we would not best address the law enforcement, and people would go do it anyway, and that this was just making the honest people, keeping them out off the hills, and the dishonest people are going to do what they would do anyway. We ask our officers, our conservation officers, to track what they were doing out there. They spent 3,200 hours in the field in patrol work on shed antler hunters to make sure in that closed season that they weren't out there when they shouldn't have been. We had 2,500 public contacts. That means folks that we talked to and inquired about some of their actions. We detected 93 violations. We issued 30 citations, investigated 40 cases, and 23 other citations for violations other than possessions of sheds, so potentially trespass and those sorts of things. So our law enforcement folks stepped up, and I think they acted reasonably and responsibly to make sure that when we put these actions in place that we are serious about those and willing to enforce those. So I know that's a mouthful. I know that a lot of people have shared emotions with me that this was the wrong thing to do. Many have shared this was the right thing to do, and they wish this would go on forever. I guess rather than maybe having a large debate, I'll turn it back over to you about whether it was right or wrong, and if you want us to follow up at some point, we would. So then if you want to have that now, then I'll finish my updates.
Greg,
So.
that's a big topic. I mean, it was talked about. It was lots of emails, lots of discussion, pros, cons, law enforcement, all of that. I think we've talked about it a little bit over the years, but now it's here. The questions I get nearly every day is this going to continue? And if so, what dates? And so I think it's something that we really need to have a discussion and actually have the whole process to make sure that we vet this appropriately and follow up appropriately with it. So action log at least, if not an agenda item in one of the upcoming RAC meetings. You know, we traditionally haven't had that on any of our RAC meetings, and so I don't know where to put that for sure, but I really think that it's something that is a big enough topic. 18,100 people obviously is not a small number, and you know, that doesn't get necessarily everybody, because that's just a portion of the shed season that we had to do that ethics course. But the end result is it's something that needs to continue, and I'm not sure whether we just put that on an action log or whether we actually add that to an agenda of one of our RAC meetings, but we've got to do something.
I'm going to
Kirk? I didn't mean to interrupt, John, but could we
go
just
ahead.
make that an action item and bring that up for this coming fall when we do big game again?
Well,
And have the division come up with a...
Byron, what I was going to do is I was going to ask the division to talk about this internally, about time frame, what would be the what would they feel like would be the appropriate time, how much time it would take to go through all this, and then let us know time frame wise what they're looking at our next meeting, so then we can kind of put that out there so people know what we're dealing with, so people would know when the information, when we'd be gathering information and when we would be looking. I mean, not to make any decisions by the next meeting, but maybe give us a timetable of what we feel like it would take to look at this issue, and kind of give us some heads up at the next meeting, so the board and the public and everybody kind of knows what to expect and when to be looking for this to come through the process.
Well, I think that's why we need to make that an action log item and give them that deadline to come up with at our next
And
board meeting.
I'm not saying come up with a shed antler proposal, but
A review and then.
yeah, let's talk about it at our next meeting about when we think they should go through the process.
Just as a suggestion, sometimes when we do these more controversial types of topics, we'd bring something out for an information item for you, not a recommendation. That would be in part of an earlier set of RAC meetings, maybe September or something like that, and just hear it out, hear the discussion, tell you what we're finding out, and then often the board would then say, okay, we want this as an agenda item for the November board meeting or December, whenever we set the big game.
My concern with adding it to the big game is we're adding maybe a big discussion, a time-consuming thing to an already giant agenda with the big game. I think this one really probably ought to be at a different meeting. I know it's big game we're talking about, but that's a big agenda, and I have a feeling this might be a big...
That's probably the meeting that you'd still vote on putting it into the guidebook, whether it's heavily debated or not. I don't think it would be a voted on item, right? Because that would be part of the guidebook. It's gonna be at that meeting. If we want to kick it around at prior meeting or meetings, I think you could do that, but you're still gonna have to, someone drop the gavel and say, we're not gonna change anything. It will be as it is, or potentially any changes you want to make.
So Greg basically just gave us what I was asking for next meeting. So so I'd say, Myron, if you want to put that on the action log when do we, if it needs to come out as an informational item in,
June 1st. or next
well,
board
I don't know if, they're going to have to do some homework on that. Greg's,
Can we ask Bill, just to
where is Bill?
get a quick
Come here,
idea
Bill.
how long it take them to?
While he's coming up and as he gets his thoughts together, what I didn't see coming on this was I didn't see the reaction we were going to get from some of our neighboring states. There's a meeting going on downtown that I'm missing today, but I was there yesterday. Most of the Western state wildlife directors are here in Salt Lake from Idaho, Nevada, Wyoming, New Mexico, are here for some meetings that we're having. And I talked about this with some yesterday. And in Colorado, a reaction is that felt like now with Utah closed, a lot of people moved into Colorado. Colorado reacted to our closure and created their own closure that kicked in after ours did, in part, I think, because of all the people that were now leaving Utah.
And lasted
Nevada
longer
felt
than
the
ours.
same thing, and Arizona felt the same thing. So I think that I didn't see the range-wide scope of this ramifications of this, and I think before we really present this to the RACs and the board, we need to do a fair amount of homework
Yeah.
and see how other states are addressing it, because people are pretty mobile and they'll go other places. So
Bill, how long ballpark, how long do you need? What could you give us a guess on a timetable? Like when do you think you'd have enough time to put something together and bring it back for an informational item so that we could
Well, ideally,
kick it around?
it'd be nice to bring it out with the cougar and bear recommendations, because then we could get a lot of the deer hunters to the cougar and bear meetings, which would be create for interesting dynamic. We have.
That's up to you.
Yeah, we have a couple of meetings coming up. We've got the Mountain Lion Workshop coming up in May, where the wildlife section chiefs from all the different states are going to get together, and I will send out just a little note that we'd like to talk about this issue there, so we can get a kind of heads up on it. Then WAFWA will be in Colorado in July, so I think from the interstate standpoint, we can start to kind of get a game plan there. What I'll ask Justin and Heather Bernalis to do is maybe put out a survey like we did with the primitive weapons changes we made a year and a half ago, and start getting some information together. I'm guessing it's either going to be, September. That
I mean, is that a fair
Yeah, I think-
expectation? I mean, you feel like you can put something worth looking at
without talking
together?
to Justin, I know he'll be happy to do it.
Justin is more than happy to do anything.
Yeah, so I think that look for September for an informational, and then taking it through November to make any kind of changes.
So can I ask a question? What's the ultimate goal of all of this?
I would, Kirk, you want to answer that? I mean,
Yeah, I think that in the past there has been a lot of discussion, because obviously this is a very popular thing. So there's a lot of sportsmen and women in the state that are out gathering antlers, and we've had it semi-regulated by the antler gathering course that has to be taken. Wyoming to the north has had a season where it's been a closure, so there's been talk about
In half the state.
what's appropriate time frame to allow people to go out, and over the last 5 years, I'd say it has become almost explosively popular.
Right.
There's been videos and some other things that have contributed to that have made this activity very popular among our sportsmen. And anytime it gets popular like that, there's always debate about what's appropriate and how much do we pressure animals when we're out looking for them, and how many people in the winter range is harmful to those animals. And this reaction that we had, a closure, said we believe that's harmful to the animals, and so now do we continue that into the future? The sportsmen and women are worried about, how do they plan their time next year already? I've got lots of questions saying, are we going to have a closure? Is it going to be April 1st? Is it going to be April 15th? Because after we did it at April 1st, Colorado went to April 15th. Wyoming is May 1st.
They're May 1st.
So I'm getting questions nearly every day about shed antlers because of where I live. It's a very popular thing among the sportsmen. So I think what we're trying to do is come up with something that can go on into the future that's good for our resource and good for the sportsmen and women, that can be a standard.
I think there's some questions that we need to answer. And to me anyway, the questions I'm getting is: did it work? Was it worth it? Does it continue? Was it? And if it continues, what are the seasons gonna be? To me, that's what we gotta. Those are the key things. Did it work?
How do you know that?
That's what we're
How
asking.
can you answer
That's
that
what. That's
question?
Well,
why we're gonna.
There's no way to address that other than you kept people off the.
Yeah.
Well-
This is pretty complicated when you're trying to figure out what it is, because there's energetic costs involved,
and
and
there's
that
one-
changes from year to year.
There's one other variable in there, Mike, that I don't know how big a variable or how much it matters, but there's a value to those shed antlers. They sell them.
Oh yeah, no
And so
question about
there
it.
are people that make some money gathering and then selling shed antlers, and so that's another.
Well, I
Development's
think it's
not-
highly valuable to talk about this. I've been worried about it myself for quite a while, because you never know what you're doing when you're out there, and even if you're not out doing shed antlers, you got people out there wandering around at times as well. But
This may- yeah,
if you've got states that are complaining because we're doing it, and if you've got people that are complaining because we're doing it, and you've got, ultimately we're worried about deer and whether or not it's going to be good or bad for them. I mean, I think it's a pretty complicated issue.
It is
It is.
extremely
Quite a bit of
complicated.
I would say that for the most part, the feedback I've got is positive from the sportsmen. Most of the feedback, emails that I've got and the conversations that I've had, is mostly positive. But it's still, that's why we want to.
But to have a
completely vet it.
policy that tells you what to do appropriately is going to take some.
It's going to take some time.
Well, and that's kind of why we wanted to ask Bill, give it a time frame, give him the opportunity to talk to the people he needs to talk to, get the people together that we need to get together.
Yeah.
I know there's probably plenty of sportsmen out there right now that I've talked to, shed hunters, that are just pulling their fingernails off, thinking, oh no, we're good. This decision's been made. I can tell you right
No,
now,
it hasn't been made.
we're having this discussion because we want to do the right thing. No decision has been made, but we need to, and everybody wants to know what's coming, and so that's why we're addressing this. Me and the good doctor have talked about this many times, and I can tell you right now, I'm torn many directions on this. I can see, you know, I can see good cause from every argument I've heard. And so, like Mike said, it's going to be complicated, it's going to be complex, and it's going to be a tough decision. And it deserves due process. Like Kurt says, we need to talk about it. We need to hammer it out and go from there. Maybe our decision is we need to think about it longer, or you know, you never know.
Design a study to get at those questions.
Well, so is that officially on the action log then, B, to come back in September?
I'll make that motion, but I got a question for Bill.
Okay.
You mentioned waffle bill. Is that something that the Mule Deer Working Group would, you know, put on their agenda and look at? And at waffle, while you're there, get the input from all the other states, because it is a big factor. Everybody that surrounds Utah.
And I meet with wildlife section chiefs, and I was planning on doing that there, but what I'll do is I'll bring this up in May and see if that's something that they want to put on the agenda for the July meeting with the Mule Deer Working Group. That's a good idea.
Because something like that, our commissioners meeting, stuff like that, waffle too, is something we discuss with the other states.
Yeah.
You know, because it has created a lot of problems for the states surrounding us and stuff like that. And
Okay.
It's a big problem.
I'll send out an email today to the other wildlife section chiefs and get the ball started. And we may have some data that might help with things, you know, with our mule deer, you know, the radio collars we have, the satellite collars we have out, you know, there might be some movement data, some survival data. You know, Kent's really smart. You know, we'll have him dive into it and look at things, and we'll try to come up with what answers we can and do some surveys, and let's see what the public thinks. You know, I can tell you, agreeing with John, you know, even as a division, you know, we've talked about a little bit in this section, and we haven't made any decision. And
No,
you know, it's,
where you talk to people in the state, I can guarantee you determines their opinions.
Absolutely.
The northern half of the state, it was necessary, it was great. The guys in the south that didn't see much snow, they're not very happy with the guys in the northern part of the state that thought it was a good idea, and so it's going to be tough. But anyway, all right. So
Well, the bottom line is you got to worry about the deer, and anytime you restrict
Absolutely.
something, people are going to complain
yeah.
and whine. But
Byron's made a good point, though. It's not just deer, it's elk, and probably more for shed hunting. Elk is probably more important. I mean, just because people are out gathering elk antlers because they weigh more, you know. But
well, we'll so Byron made the motion, added it to the action log, and I guess we'll look back for some information and a direction, at least a plan layout on September-ish. And if there's anything we can do to help you out, Bill, I mean, I know that's it's Pandora's box, but
Well, we'll get
enjoy.
started on it, see where it takes
all right.
us.
Now, you said that Kent was really smart and could look at a lot of good information.
Well, I hope so.
The question I have for you, who's smarter, Kent or Justin?
Well, I know which one's more of a smart aleck.
Just wondering. Okay, just wondering. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but
Vote on that, or did you? And I didn't.
do we need that for an action?
I don't think for an action log, we can just add it. We don't have to vote on it. All right. Who seconded it?
Well, I'll second it.
Everybody seconded it, basically. Officially, Calvin seconded it. Byron made the motion. Calvin seconded it. All in favor?
And the motion is that by September we'll have what?
The division will come back and report to us on September with the information that they've gathered and give us their game plan going forward of when, of when they feel like they can put forward the proposal and give us the roadmap.
At some point, this will be in the.
Yes.
So we can tell the people at some point this will be in the public process. It will go through just like all of our other
No, that's
hunting and
that's
fishing
my
and-
understanding, and
Okay.
they'll bring us kind of a layout and kind of a roadmap in September. So passes unanimous. So Director, we'll turn it back over to you for a minute if you got anything else. That's
That'll be my longest update ever. I know
That was only
Stacy
20 minutes,
appreciates
but that conversation
Okay.
needed to happen.
I,
So.
I figured it would. So whether I had it as an update or not, a few other things I do want to touch on. A positive of this heavy winter is our habitat restoration folks are out there on their ranges and have a lot of work that's was staged last fall and this spring that I think will be good, and I think we'll see some good green up on the mountains and help some of our habitat work moved forward. Another legal decision, Utah prairie dog, a species that was listed by the Fish and Wildlife Service as endangered in 1973, was taken or placed into state management authority about 2.5 years ago after a lawsuit by Pacific Legal Foundation. A federal judge upheld or agreed that that states should have management authority on private property. That was granted to us about a month ago. That was appealed by Fish and Wildlife Service. The 10th Circuit Court out of Denver overruled that earlier finding by Judge Benson and granted or returned management authority back to the Fish and Wildlife Service effective here. I think there's a 45-day period. At some point soon they will retake that authority. We're now trying to work with cities and counties down there. While that was in our management authority, we hit all-time high numbers of prairie dogs, and I think maybe all-time low numbers of complaints out of our local communities and agricultural. So we feel like we were doing good things for our public and the species while we had that management authority, but we'll try to work with the federal government to have some new management plans that hopefully will replicate some of what we were able to do while we were doing it under
Greg,
state
can I
management
ask a
authority.
question?
Yeah.
Is there any notion of whether or not there will be a continued study of the Utah prairie dog populations and reconsidering delisting those things? Aren't the population trends been
That would be something
many
we
years, haven't
could
they?
and may propose as at some point a delisting petition. We don't have that developed at this point in time, but that could be something that would come about. They're listed as threatened now, not endangered.
Right,
so.
but the trend in the population has been ongoing in an upwards fashion for a long period of time, hasn't it? For several years.
Yeah, it has.
That's something
very
that
high
even
right now.
the federal folks have recognized also.
Yeah, and they've been participants in that too. So this isn't all a state thing. It's been a collaborative effort of multiple counties in southern Utah, many partners. But we felt like the state plan that has been in place allowed us to address more local issues and concerns, and I think that was much appreciated by the community, and again, the prairie dogs did very well.
Greg, I think it's worth saying that we trapped thousands.
I think we're roughly, my folks have come around 2,400 per year, and moving those onto Forest Service properties, other properties where they could do well, and getting them off of some of the agricultural areas. And that being said, we were doing some of that before it was a state
But
management
much more
authority.
active once we had that
we
authority.
were able to create incentives to work with landowners, farmers raising alfalfa, those sorts of things.
Even
and
cities, right?
cities where they're getting in and around people's sandboxes in their backyards and different things. People trying to build new homes and different things. So, like I say, we didn't entirely. This wasn't a whole 180-degree flip from what we were doing before we had management authority, but it allowed us to address some hot spots that we couldn't while they were under.
Where they
Yes,
relocated those two? How have they been? Have they been doing well? The colonies that they basically put together when they relocated them somewhere else, have they been doing well as part of the relocation?
I would say yes, they've done well, but well in the sense of what survival rates are of transplanted prairie dogs. We go in and we don't just dump them out of the back of a pickup truck like
Right.
we might if we're moving a deer or something. We create.
You do follow up and monitor
we
what's
build-
going on there.
We prepare underground housing and different things. So we probably don't have time to get to. We build them little
Okay.
condos.
You
don't-
can see
don't-
all this on the next episode of Preppers or something like that.
It's a lot like that. They get little underground bomb shelters and,
Yeah,
and
there you
places
go.
with
Sorry
tunnels
I
and
asked.
pathways and different things. Anyway,
Disregard my
tax
comment.
dollars at work, people.
okay.
It's your tax
They're-
dollars
they're-
at work.
They're doing okay there. We'll leave it at that. So, our folks have done a super job down there, and Keith and Adam and Jess and all those involved in that. So, all right, there's another long conversation. Fishing is great at Lake Powell now. I got to put in a plug for fishing. Walleye, smallmouth bass, and probably the most famous of all down there is our striped bass. So get down and get after them. This will be another flagship year. Tiger muskie is a new species that we've just started in the last year or so, growing in Utah. And we released, I want to say 3 million newly hatched tiger muskie just in the last few weeks. Those are a species that our anglers love. I don't know that 3 million fish, 42-inch tiger muskie will be swimming around lakes. Obviously there's some mortality there, but this is, I think, a real cause for celebration in our fishing community.
3 million, and I can't catch one.
When you're dynamite in the wrong place.
It's ridiculous.
If we put a $50 bounty, you'd be all over it.
Maybe if I could call them in.
Last reminder, and I'll wrap this up. It's this weekend is our youth turkey hunt, and I'd encourage, our turkeys are doing well in the state. It's a great chance to take someone out, take some kids out. I'm taking a couple kids out Saturday morning and get out and participate in that. If they haven't had hunter education, we have a trial hunting program. So as long as they're accompanied by an adult that has had hunter education, they can get out there now. So don't let hunter education be an excuse not to get them out. These are over-the-counter permits. They do have a small little quiz to take before they go out and purchase their license, but it's easy to do, it's quick, and I'd encourage you all to do that. And it's a great way to get our youth into the outdoors and seeing and enjoying many of the things you see when you're out on a spring turkey hunt. Aren't just waiting for turkeys, but it's a magical time of the year. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I think that's been plenty. I don't even dare look to Stacy right now, or she's gonna give me a look.
Is lunch ready, Stacy?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Director. That's a lot of update, but that's a good report on what we're doing, on what's going on, and on issues that are coming up. So I hope everybody takes heed to what's happening. And thank you. We got a great division. We got the best. We got the best wildlife management agency in the country. So,
I agree.
and that's just a fact. I'm not just saying that because they're my friends. That's just a fact. So, all right. Next up, Paunsaugunt Cactus Buck Research Update by Annette. Annette, how do I say your last name? Is it Roug? And you're the wildlife veterinarian?
Yes.
How's the vet business? That's pretty cool. You get to be the vet for the deer. Does Justin ever bring his dog to you? Is the question we're all wanting to know.
Justin doesn't.
Okay. I know, that's no joke.
Okay, so I'll give you an update on the study which was
Pull
approved.
your microphone down.
Can you hear? Okay.
I'd like to make you as nervous as possible.
You're
so
on
get that
YouTube. You will
microphone.
live forever on the interweb. So just so you know.
Okay, I'll give you an update on the study which was approved by the board in the fall. And so a brief overview of what I'm going to present. So I'm going to give you some background on the study, list some previous studies in this field, and then describe the methods that we used and also explain why we took this approach. Present some preliminary findings, and then discuss some next steps and unanswered questions. And I want to stress that we're still analyzing the samples, and these are preliminary findings, so these are not conclusive results.
Is that a Uinta Basin accent I'm
Yes.
detecting? Okay. I'm sorry. I just.
It's all right. Okay, so sure you all know where the Paunsaugunt unit is, but for people who are watching, so the Paunsaugunt unit is located in the southern half of the state. It's highlighted by that orange polygon on the map. It's one of the prime trophy hunting units in the state. It's managed for $40 to $55 per 100 does. And in the last count done from the ground in the fall, Josh Pollock estimated that 100 to 200 bucks out of 1,300 bucks counted had antler dysgenesis, so had these malformed antlers. So the goal of the study is to determine the cause for the high prevalence of cactus bucks in the Paunsaugunt unit. So just briefly, what is a cactus buck? So you can see there's quite a variety of presentations. It's not just one syndrome. It can range from almost normal antlers with velvet on them to these helmet-like overgrowths. And it can range from young animals to older animals. It's more likely to happen in older animals. So just a brief review of the antler development, how it should be, and then I'll explain what happens in these cactus bucks that changes the antler development. So bucks shed the antlers in the spring, and then throughout the summer, the testosterone levels are low in the animal. And then during that time, the antlers develop. So the antlers are covered by velvet. They grow, and then as the days shorten, the testosterone levels in the animal increase. The blood flow in the velvet starts to decrease, and then the antlers start to mineralize, and eventually the velvet is shed. Then the antlers turn into the hardened antlers that we know that are used for fighting and establishing dominance during breeding. As the winter progresses, the testosterone levels drop again. The connection between the pedicles and the antlers start to demineralize, and then eventually they fall off. So the whole cycle is testosterone driven. In the cactus bucks, the cycle is interrupted and basically stays stagnant in the stage where the antlers grow. So that's why they are permanently covered in velvet, and they keep growing, and you get these strange deformities of the antlers. So just briefly a review of the testosterone cycle. So there's 3 components to it. So 2 are in the brain, in the section of the brain called the hypothalamus. And then the second section is in the pituitary gland. So the hypothalamus produces a hormone that affects the pituitary gland, which then in turn produces other hormones that works on the testicles, and the testicles produce the testosterone. So in our study, because these were hunter-harvested animals, we were not able to examine the brain. So our study just concentrates on the components within the circle here. So there's various proposed causes for this syndrome, and in the literature. Some have proposed that the cause is infectious, so that the animal gets an infection and then it destroys the testicular tissue, and then there's no testosterone production. Other causes proposed are nutritional, so nutritional deficiencies, also phytoestrogens, which are estrogenic compounds in plants, or mycotoxin, which also can contain estrogenic compounds. Environmental factors have been proposed, such as heat stress, toxic components such as heavy metals or organochlorine compounds, genetic factors, age, especially older age, neoplasia, basically meaning cancer, or trauma. So there's been a few previous studies who've tried to look into this in other states. The most recent published study is from Colorado, where they detected a high prevalence of cactus bucks in one particular area of the state. And they sampled a number of them, and they found that these sampled bucks consistently had a high level of antibodies, meaning evidence of previous exposure to a virus called epizootic hemorrhagic disease. Then they also did histopathology, meaning they looked at the structure of the tissue of the testicles, and they found that evidence of chronic inflammation, so inflammation that's been going on for a long time, fibrosis, so that all the connective tissue was expanded and there was less of the normal structures in the testicles, and then also mineralization. They tested for evidence of the virus in the tissue, and they found that 7 out of 16 of them were positive, and also that the positive ones had more severe lesions than the other ones. There was another study published from Alaska, and they observed a high number of these cactus bugs in certain areas of Kodiak Island. They noticed that a lot of these bugs were cryptorchids, meaning one of the testicles were not descended, or one or both were not descended. They also saw a high prevalence of tooth deformities. So they measured testosterone in these animals and found that the ones that were cryptorchid had much lower testosterone levels than the normal ones, not surprisingly. They also examined the tissues of these animals and found no sperm production in these abdominal testes, or the ones that weren't descended. They also saw evidence of neoplasia or cancer in some of these testicular tissues. And they proposed as a cause that the pregnant does were consuming estrogenic compounds of environmental agents. So there was a local kelp plant that possibly could contain estrogen or estrogenic agents, and they thought that maybe that could be the cause. They also thought maybe there was a hereditary component involved in these observations. Okay, so back to us. So a management bug hunt was scheduled in the fall of 2016. The hunters successfully harvested 10 bugs, 10 of the cactus bugs, and an additional 6 bugs were sampled in an identical way to the cactus bugs as a comparison. And, okay. So the hunting guides were given kits, sampling kits, and within 15 to 20 minutes after death, blood was collected. And then the blood was spun and serum frozen within 3 to 4 hours. We also stored some whole blood for later analysis, and then we collected a variety of tissues and stored them in formalin, which fixes the tissue and enables us to do histology, and froze the samples. And most of this work was done by Josh Pollock and Wade Heaton, so they really spent a lot of time on this and did a great job.
Was that study?
We also preserved some tissue of testicle and spleen in a reagent called RNA later, which will enable us to look at viruses at a later point. So here are 3 examples of some of the harvested cactus bugs. Quite a variety of deformities. So the one on the left almost looks normal. The other ones clearly like quite deformed antlers. So our initial screening panel is listed here. And so on the tissues we sampled, we did histopathology, meaning we sent them to the laboratory in Logan. And in histopathology, they slice the tissues up in very, very thin little slices and mount them on slides, and then they look at the composition of the tissue and under the microscope. And so when comparing to normal tissue, you can then see, they can give you an indication of changes in the tissue based on if there has been an infection. There might be certain changes such as inflammatory cells, or if it's atrophy, it would look different, and that kind of thing. So all the tissues were submitted for histopathology. Then in the serum, we look for exposure for different pathogens, and these are the ones we chose initially. So bovine viral diarrhea is a cattle disease. It causes abortions in cattle, and in livestock, this virus has been isolated from testes of cattle. So we thought that would be appropriate. Then bovine and ovine brucellosis. So brucellosis causes abortion in female and testicular inflammation in males. Episodic hemorrhagic disease, obviously, because that previously has been proposed as a cause for antler deformities in the Colorado study. There's a related virus called blue tongue virus, which causes systematic hemorrhagic disease similar to EHD, so we screened for that as well. And then caprine arthritis and encephalitis, a bit similar reason than choosing the BVD, that this virus has been found in testes of infected male goats. We screened all the samples for chronic wasting disease, we measured testosterone, and then in the livers, we tested for trace minerals as well as heavy metals to look at possible dietary deficiencies. So, again, sampled 10 cactus bucks and 6 normal bucks in this way. The age ranges were 1 to 7 years for the normal bucks and 2 to 8 years for the cactus bucks. In none of the animals there was indication of current disease. They all looked very healthy. They were in very good body condition, and all the cactus bucks had walnut-sized testicles, and all of them had descended testicles. So we didn't see anything similar to what was observed in Alaska on Kodiak Island. So just some pictures. This is what some of the pictures that were taken by the lab. So to the right, you can see normally developed testicles from a deer. And to the left, is an example of one of the testicles from one of the cactus bucks. You can see the size difference, but also the structure of the tissue looks fairly different, just grossly, and looks much denser in the cactus bucks than in a normal animal. So this is a histopathology. So they've sliced the tissues in very thin slices, stained it to highlight the cellular structure, and then this is under a microscope. So to the right, this is what it's supposed to look like. This is one of the normal bucks. You can see the seminiferous tubules are these big round structures. This is where the sperm production takes place. And to the left, this is from one of the cactus bucks. You can see the tissue is highly fibrotic. It's all filled in with connective tissue. There's no tubules left, basically. There's just these empty holes. And the blue cells you see around the holes are remnants of inflammatory cells, so there's an indication of a previous inflammatory response. There's also mineralization, which is some of the darker pink areas. So on the serology, again, that means just exposure to pathogens in the past. It doesn't mean that the animal is currently infected. The only thing that really stood out was epizootic hemorrhagic disease, or EHD. We tested for 3 different strains, and you can see here that a larger proportion of the cactus bucks than the normal bucks had been exposed to EHD. But it was by no means clean. It's not like all the cactus bucks were exposed and none of the normal bucks, but there was a trend towards a higher proportion in the cactus bucks. Also, our sample size for the normal bucks was not very high, so it's a little difficult to interpret. Another thing that stood out was that every single animal was exposed to bovine viral diarrhea. It's not a huge surprise because there's a lot of livestock in that area, and if there's a cow shedding, then it's possible that deer get exposed. The other pathogens were there was none exposed or very few. For the serum testosterone, you can see a huge difference. All the cactus bucks had extremely low levels or non-detectable levels, whereas the normal bucks had much higher, over a wider range. Liver minerals, there's really only one thing that stood out. So liver copper, you can see the reference range is what is considered normal for a healthy animal, and in the literature it's cited as 20 to 140 parts per million. In the cactus bucks, 90% of the animals were below that range. And then for the other ones, only 2 out of 6 animals were below the range. Again, very small sample size, so very difficult to interpret whether this is a real or it's just happens to be this way with the animals we sampled. Zinc, there was a few deficiencies in the normal bucks, but that's probably a coincidental finding. For the other minerals and the heavy metals, they were either non-detectable or within the normal ranges for healthy deer. So a brief summary of the findings so far. So the histopathology, again the structure of the tissue, points towards an involvement of some kind of infectious agent, possibly EHD, but again we're not sure at this point. Exposure to bovine viral diarrhea was very common, and also partially at very high titers, but again it may be an incidental finding. And then there's possibly a trend towards lower copper concentrations in the cactus bucks, but again the sample size is pretty small, and also comparing them statistically, there was no significant difference. So next steps. So we, similar to what the people in Colorado have done, we screened the sample, testicular tissue, for episodic hemorrhagic disease with PCR. So PCR is a test that detects antigen or DNA in the tissue. So it doesn't tell anything about live virus, but the presence of viral DNA in the tissue. And one of the 16 samples tested positive, and it was one of the cactus bugs. We are doing a second test for EHD called immunohistochemistry, which is a test that stains the tissue, and if antigen, meaning some kind of viral remnant is there, it will stain positive. Sometimes the PCR and the immunohistochemistry do not completely correspond, so they can test positive on PCR and negative on immunohistochemistry and vice versa, so that's why we're applying a second test, and that's pending. We also did PCR for malignant catarrhal fever, which is another hemorrhagic disease that we have on a rare occasion observed in deer. So we just want to make sure that this is not involved, and all samples were negative. We're going to do PCR for bovine viral diarrhea as well, because there were so high levels of exposure, just to see whether we can detect it in tissue or not. And then, even though this is not on the top of our differential list, we are going to try to screen the liver tissue for estrogenic compounds and see whether there maybe is a predisposition for this condition by exposure to estrogenic compounds. Again, our findings point towards an inflammatory response, not atrophy, which would be the case if this was the primary cause, but we're interested in looking at it anyway. So we're currently working out which is the best panel to run for this. So then some obvious questions stand out is, why do some bugs develop these lesions and why do others not? They live in the same area, you would expect that they eat the same food, they're exposed to the same insects, that kind of thing. Is the finding of low copper incidental? And there's also the question, do the cactus bug utilize different habitats than the normal bugs? And is that why some of them develop this and others don't? And then, does the high bug to doe ratio have anything to do with it? In other areas, I've observed increased prevalence of cactus bugs in areas with high bug to doe ratios, but also we saw animals that were 2 years of age that had these antler deformities, so very difficult to say. So stay tuned and we'll keep working on it, and hopefully at some other point we can give you another update. And if you have questions, please ask them.
Thank you. Does any of our highly educated board members have questions?
No,
I'm sure you do.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
I have.
Why did everybody
couple
laugh at
questions.
that?
Yeah.
Just a couple. Do these cactus bugs, do they show any of the same kind of reproductive behavior that the normal bugs do?
Do they rut? Is that what you're saying? Do they rut?
I don't know. That would be a question for Josh. Judging from the hormone levels, it would be unlikely. They certainly could breed with testicles like this. Whether they could breed before they became like this is a different question. But Josh, maybe you can answer that question.
Pick a microphone, Josh.
From what I've seen during this, especially when we were killing the second half of these groups, there was kind of a pre-rut time during the management buck. It was the 6th of November. You could tell the bucks that were going to be rutting, the normal bucks, they'd come down into the fields, check the does, all that. These cactus bucks would just come in and feed with the does. So in all the classification and time I've spent down there, I've never seen them attempting to breed or anything like that.
The other question, what were you going to ask? I was just wondering, what's the mechanism for the transfer of these viruses back and forth between deer and cattle? Is it insects? Is it drinking water? Is it licking salt licks, eating dirt?
So the EHD is insect transmitted by little midges, so carried by midges, so they get bitten. The bovine viral diarrhea, it's uncertain. They could be probably shed in the feces by infected cattle, and then deer get exposed through the environment, I would think, or maybe drinking water. Not sure.
BVD, wasn't that a type of underwear years ago?
Yeah. Okay.
I might just make one point too.
Yeah.
These bucks are also seen on a couple of our other units down there in the southern part of the state. There's a few on Pine Valley, some on Zion, but you see them on the winter range mostly. But it is common to see them there too, but not in the numbers that's on the Paunsaugunt.
And just curiosity, you had the serum. Why didn't you check the gonadotropin releasing hormone, the follicle stimulating hormone,
showing
luteinizing
off,
hormone?
showing off
Shut
your
up.
big words.
Shut up. She had it on there. I didn't make them up.
That's a good question. We could.
I mean, you
possibly
had
do
the
that.
serology
Yeah,
available.
we have samples in the freezer, so we can look into that for sure. That would be easy to do.
I guess your theory is that it was infectious and not, because of the histopathology, it was infection, not atrophy, and
Yeah.
those hormones would cause atrophy rather than.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that the testosterone gives a feedback mechanism to the brain, so we probably expect those to be altered. It's a good question, and I will look into it. Thank you.
It's a
bringing
good
that up.
question that two people in this room understand. So kudos to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just
Any
try-
other
Try and
questions?
stick with us, John. She
I'm
had it
with
on
you.
a slide.
You're good. You're good. I'm just teasing you. Go ahead.
Appropriate. Bring up.
Any other questions from the board? Josh, I got just one thing for you. So Wade helped you on this?
Yeah, extensively.
So what you're saying is that if cactus bucks were people, they'd shop at Buckle. That's what I'm getting from all this.
That's kind of what I'm going with.
All right. That's all I needed to know. That's what I thought.
No, I that's one thing would like to thank is Wade Heaton and those guys. I mean, without their help with Wade and his guides, I mean, he provided facilities and places for us to do all this stuff. And those guys, out of their own pocket, their own dime, they came and helped us guide these hunters and get samples and spend lots of long hours.
What was your time frame from when you started to when you ended to get all these samples? I mean, was it how long did it
took us
take
both
us?
September and November. It took us about 4 to 5 days to get them both done. September it was a little easier. There were more deer up on the CWMU, and November it was a little tougher just because we would literally only have 30 minutes of a day, morning and evening, where these deer were coming out and coming in where it was still warmer that time of year down low. And we'd have to kill them close to the truck because we're trying to load them whole and get all these samples whole. So it was a little tougher in November, but we still were able to manage to get it done.
We appreciate your efforts very much, and Doctor, thank you.
Can I ask
appreciate it.
one more question? Go ahead, Richard.
I just wondered, is cactus bucks more prevalent in colder environments or warmer environments? Is there no difference?
I don't know the answer to that question.
I was just wondering what the general trend is in other areas of the state. I mean, obviously it's more common down there, but how often do these things get or show up in other places? And is 10%, is that kind of what you're going on for down in the Paunsaugunt area? Talked about $100 to $200 for 1,300.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of a wide range, I know, but it's something that we haven't really been counting. It's just something that's an observed thing, and it's pretty common, especially in the summer range or the winter range. If you're going down between those, if you're not finding a deer on the transition, you'll find cactus bucks, and it's pretty prevalent. And I would say it's 10%. You know, some folks that are down there say it seems to be increasing over the years, but I think that's a fair number to give for sure.
In other parts of the state, just incidental, or is it common? The first one I ever saw was in a museum in Vernal.
Yeah, Myrtle.
And that was a long time ago, but
Yeah.
back in the
And
60s.
I mean, our deer, the Paunsaugunt deer, it's pretty amazing. We put a bunch of GPS collars on those deer this fall, just after we did this hunt, and it was just does and fawns, but we're getting those does in the last 2 weeks. They've taken off. Some have gone 50 miles, and they're actually going on to some of the general units nearby to summer, it appears to be so far. So, you know, they're not just isolated to the Paunsaugunt, but it seems like when I do the classifications on those units surrounding it, you don't really see them there like you do on the Paunsaugunt. So that's kind of what stemmed this.
Are we doing this again next year? Are we going to get some more and keep testing, or is this a?
I don't know. That's something that
need to
that we're
decide, I guess, if we're gonna.
trying to talk about whether sample size is going to help us one way or another, whether we continue to do it with hunters opportunistically, however we want to do it.
To get Wade and those guys to commit to anything 2 years in a row is tough. So
It is hard.
yeah, but
I don't know. It's tough with the hunters. It was a little tough, just because we asked them to come down for a hunt, and like I said, in November, it was 30 minutes, an hour a day. You know, so they take time off work and that kind of stuff to come down and to do that. They took a lot of time out to help us with it, so we were glad to have the hunters there and do that.
well, we appreciate your efforts. Appreciate the information and the update, and like you said, the guys that helped you out on that. So hopefully we can get something definitive. And good job. We got anything else? Do the RAC chairman have anything on this? Anybody in the audience have a quick question about it at all?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
we have some action item requests that are specific to the Paunsaugunt. We could discuss that later or bring them up now, but
We'll probably do it when we go through the numbers. Let's do it then. That work?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. All right. Bucks, bulls, and once-in-a-lifetime permit recommendations for this upcoming year will be presented by Justin Shannon, our state big game coordinator, and I'm sure he'll be assisted by regional people throughout if we paint him in a corner. But Justin, how are you?
Good, thank you.
How's your dog? It's tradition. Are you ready for this? I mean, not like right now, but if you feel like you've got some good input from the racks? I haven't heard a whole lot. I mean, it's been pretty low key.
Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of controversy this round. Yeah,
Take
ready?
it away, buddy.
Okay, alrighty. Well, so my name is Justin Shannon. I work with the Big Game Program, and today I'm going to present the Bucks, Bulls, and once-in-a-lifetime permit recommendations. To begin, we'll start out with deer. This last year, our deer harvest was really good on general season units. We harvested just shy of 32,000 bucks, and we haven't harvested that many bucks on a general season unit in our general season hunts since 1996. And we did it with about 15,000 fewer hunters in the field. So success rates were up, mature bucks coming through. The check station was high. Just a really good year for a deer hunter this last fall. And if you look at our buck to doe ratio trends, in the early 90s, we had years where we were about 7 or 8 bucks per 100 does on our general season units. And we climbed out of that around 2000 or so and hovered around 15 bucks per 100 does for about a decade. And starting about 2011, we really started climbing. And 2 years ago, we were at 23 bucks per 100 does, and this last year we dropped back down to 21. But as you can see, we're still well above our 15 to 17 and 18 to 20 buck to doe ratio objectives. If you look at fawn production, we show this graph every year. Had a dip in 2002, climbed out of it. For the last 8 years or so, we've been between 60 and 65 fawns per 100 does. This last year we dipped just a little bit. We were at 59 fawns per 100 does. Still in pretty good shape though. I want to talk about some deer status. I think Director Sheehan mentioned this in his update. You know, in the winter of 2015-16, so not this winter but the previous one, we actually had a winter, and that was interesting because I think we'd gone about 4 years without a winter. And we had snow conditions and colder temperatures, and and then we followed up with some drought conditions in some parts of the state in summer of 2016. And if you look at our fawn survival in some areas of the state, northern part, the Cache, the Ochre, Stansberries, and the Wasatch, Manti areas, we were about 27 to 31% fawn survival. And what that means is we didn't bring, in some of these units, we didn't bring a lot of yearling bucks into the population that would have been available for hunters that fall. And then this last winter, as Director Sheehan mentioned, we've had some low fawn survival in many parts of the state. The Cache, about 10% fawn survival. Some of the other surrounding units are around 30%, and we had to feed deer. We made the decision to feed on the box elder, Cache, Camas, and Ogden units. And I know it's been mentioned earlier, but I too want to thank our sportsmen that stepped up financially and also with their time to help feed deer in areas that we had a severe winter. And I really like this picture on the right. Mike Lauder sent me that photo, and I think it highlights the efforts of our sportsmen. They just put their head down, in some cases faceless, and they just go about and do good things for wildlife. And we're really lucky to have the passionate sportsmen that we have in the state to help us when we're in need and to help mule deer. So with that background, I want to get into the general season deer permit recommendations. This year we're recommending a decrease of about 1,600 permits from last year, so about 89,050 total. We're recommending no change on 12 units, increases on 5 units, and decreases on 12 units. And if you look at this on the surface and say, well, why are we cutting permits when the buck-to-doe ratios are doing good? It's because of those back-to-back years in some cases where fawn survival was low, and that number of yearling bucks coming into the population is going to be minimized. And we have some pockets of the state where this will occur 2 years in a row, and so we anticipate these buck-to-doe ratios to drop. And we have some of this technology now with these GPS collars that we can be up to date on this almost real time essentially, and we haven't had this in the past, and it's been a good thing for making management decisions. So I want to break the permit recommendations down by region. This is the northern region. On the left column you have the individual unit that we'd be discussing, the buck-to-doe ratio objective in the second column, the buck-to-doe ratios over a set period of time and the 3-year average, they're highlighted in green. Generally on these presentations, if it's highlighted in green, it means we're exceeding our objectives or we're recommending an increase, and if it's in yellow, it means we're below objective or we're recommending a decrease. And on the far right, we have the permit recommendations that we're recommending this year. So this year we're recommending decreases on the Ogden, box elder, and Cache units, a cut of about 900 permits in these areas.
Dustin, quick question for you.
Yeah,
Those,
sure.
even though we're still over slightly there, those cuts are in response to the trend. Is that right?
Yeah, you look at the Cache here, where you go from $20 per 100 does to 15 in 1 year. That's a result of those yearling bucks not coming into the population, and box elders trending down. Ogden is as well, and those were areas that we were feeding and had hard winters. We had low fawn survival, and so kind of the why behind it, the thought is if you continue to harvest at the same rate and you're not bringing in those bucks, your buck-to-doe ratio will drop.
So when you talk about the young bucks coming into the population, you're talking about the fawns we lost this year that are not going to be there for the fall hunt and this next hunt.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. Interchange. Yeah. I probably didn't do a good job explaining that, but the fawns that we're losing now would be yearling bucks available in this fall's harvest, and so it's one of these things, Mr. Chair, where we can cut now and be proactive, or wait a year and harvest at a rate higher than we're comfortable with. And
I got to tell you, I appreciate seeing this. I don't want to interrupt you too much here, but it makes me it boosts my confidence in the system seeing this, because last year when we were in a deer boom and we were adding permits and people questioned our motives, this kind of is the flip side of the coin, where as much as we don't want to have to cut permits, this is in response to, this is following the plan. The plan says this is what we're going to do, and this is good biology looking at that, seeing that even though we're still above and could probably justify keeping permits the same, the trend is headed the wrong way, so we get ahead of it and cut some permits. So I appreciate that. I appreciate that you explaining that to me, so thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And I don't want to get in the weeds, but we modeled some of this out, and we know the drops in buck-to-doe ratios are coming if you can't replace these yearling bucks into the system. And there'll be times that we have to increase, and we'll move forward with those recommendations. There's times to decrease. So moving on to the central region, excuse me, we're recommending decreases on the Nebo, Oquirrh-Stansbury, and Wasatch Mountains West. Again, Oquirrh-Stansbury's is one of these units where limited fawn survival, and on that unit in particular, limited adult survival, which is one reason to make a slight adjustment there as well. Southern region, this is a good example where it's not just across the board. We have pockets of the state that are doing really well, and adult survival and fawn survival has been great in the southern part of the state. And so we're recommending increases on the Beaver, the Fillmore, the Pine Valley, and the Zion units, and recommending slight decreases on the Boulder, Caparowitz, and the Fish Lake due to declining buck-to-doe ratios. In the southeast region, we're recommending a slight increase on the San Juan unit and a decrease on the Central Mountains Manti because of a sharp decline in buck-to-doe ratios in that year. In the northeast region, recommending decreases on the South Slope units as well as the Wasatch Mountains East, which had a pretty hard winter in that part of the state. Overall, a decrease of about 500 permits is being recommended. Moving from general season units to our premium limited entry units, the Henrys and the Paunsaugunt, these units are managed at an age objective where 40% of the bucks harvested, we want to be 5 years or older, and both of these units are doing well in that regard, so we're recommending no change in permits from last year. These units are also managed for a buck-to-doe ratio, 40 to 55 bucks per 100 does, and both units are doing well. Henry's is at the upper end of that, and the Paunsaugunt is at about 49, and it's increasing. And so with that, we're recommending an increase of 6 permits on the Paunsaugunt, and we're recommending really no change in permits on the Henrys, except we're going to partition some out into an archery and muzzleloader hunt. And so we'll have 9 archery permits, 12 any weapon permits, and 9 muzzleloader permits. For limited entry units, there's a lot of information on this table, but the take-home message is no change from last year. Our buck-to-doe ratios in that third column to the right are either where they need to be or they're exceeding, and we've increased permits in the past, and we're comfortable with the response that we've had. So no change on our limited entry units. Maybe this is why we're not hearing much, Mr. Chair. Not a lot of movement this year.
I've heard a little, just not much. So I got a couple things to talk to you about. But
Sure.
Justin, just let me look at that one more time.
Sure.
I just noticed previously as I reviewed this chart in my backyard, South Slope Diamond Mountain, 49 in 15 and 34 in 16. That's a pretty big jump.
Yeah.
And then we've got 30% survival of the fawns up there this year, but we're not making any change.
No. Well, 34 is where we want to be. That's the higher end. I mean, if we go above 35, we're exceeding that buck-to-doe ratio. And so we really...
The same argument that you made in others, we weren't outside of the norm, but we were showing a significant trend.
Yeah.
Applies here.
Sure. We're just so, I mean, we would have to drop below 25 bucks per 100 does to really be outside of the realm of that, because the windows on general season are 15 to 17. On our limited entry, they're so much wider. And, when we were almost at 50 bucks per 100 does, dropping down to 34 is still in the upper echelon of that.
so we dropped 14 in a year.
Yeah, correct.
In using your PhD skills, do you see dropping another 14 this next year as a possibility after this hard winter?
I don't.
Look into your crystal ball and tell me what's going to happen.
Well,
Jumped 13 the year before.
Well, that's...
Yeah, my guess is 49 is the anomaly. I mean, if I had to use my PhD, which is my public high school diploma for box elder, I would probably say that 49 is the outlier. If you look back at that buck-to-doe ratio, we've been doing really well. We've been in the mid-30s, and which again is at the upper end of that.
So that's kind of the oddball. You think the other two are more the norm that will play out, and that 49 was, for some reason, just a banner year.
Just like if you go back to the Henrys, if you look at the Henrys, we went from 65 to 47. The 65 was the anomaly, not the drop to 47. We've generally been in the low 50s, high 40s on that for quite some time, and so.
Who did these counts out there?
Oh man,
Did Thacker do this?
Dax, who do we got doing the count?
Did Dax do this?
Oh boy, here he comes.
Because it may be the anomaly, but the number's still there, and people are going to see that, and they're concerned that we had this, and now we had this, and
Did you get a new pair of binoculars?
it's a little bit of a red flag.
We got some great Tasco binoculars we've been classifying with. No.
Turn them around the other way, so it brings things in closer.
Amy Vanderwort's the biologist for the Diamond Mountain unit, and like Justin said, we think that we had a real jump the 1 year. I mean, there's a reason we use a 3-year average when we look at our buck to doe ratios, because occasionally the stars are aligned just right for whatever reason. Those bucks are really, really visible, and so we feel comfortable that we're at the upper end of that spectrum. We did have a rough winter. We lost some fawns. It was a rougher winter further to the west in our region. The east side, it was bad, but it was even worse further west. You know, we're going to lose some fawns, but on a unit like Diamond Mountain, you're carrying a lot more 2- and 3-year-old bucks in that buck to doe ratio versus some of your general season units where your yearlings are making up a bigger proportion of your bucks after the season. So, you know, we met with Diamond Mountain this week, talked with the landowners up there that, you know, have a real strong interest in that deer herd, and we do too. Want to see it do well and want to see it be a good hunt, and I think we're going to keep a close eye on it, but we feel comfortable.
You're pretty confident in your counts and feel like we're all right then.
That's where we're at.
All right.
Moving on to the the limited entry hunts that occur on general season units, we're recommending an increase of 25 permits this year, 10 more on the 9-mile unit, and then adding permits to the Mount Dutton, Ogden, and Plateau Fish Lake units, which were approved by the board in December. So, in summary, for limited entry hunts, just recommending an increase of 25 permits, all of which will be in that late season muzzleloader hunt. Moving on to general season and limited entry elk, for our general season, we recommend no change in our spike any bull and youth any bull permits. This last year, hunter success rate on the spike hunt was 15%, and right about where it generally is, and so we're recommending no change to these general season hunts. Moving on to limited entry, statewide, we're recommending an increase of 81 limited entry permits. And if you break these down by age category, the 7.5 to 8-year-old units that we'd be managing for, we're recommending a decrease in permits on the Book Cliffs Little Creek because of a declining trend, and an increase on the San Juan 3 years in a row where that average age has been above 8. For the 6.5 to 7-year-old units, we're recommending decreases in permits on the South Cache, the Nebo, the Mount Dutton, and the Penguich Lake units, and increases on the remainders. On the 5.5 to 6-year-old units, we're recommending a decrease in permits on the North Slope Three Corners units, and then an increase on the Manti, the LaSalle's, the Anthro, and the Wasatch Mountains. And
the increase on those units, on the ones you just read off, the Manti, the Wasatch in particular, those 2 units, can you?
Yeah,
those permits are that. Can you tell me where those are going? And
right, so on the Manti and the Wasatch, because pretty good increases in permits there. The Wildlife Board in December, this board passed a mid-season hunt that would occur during the spike hunt, and in these situations, the additional permits that we issued were populating in those mid-season hunts. So there'll be quite a few on the Wasatch, and I think it's 16 or so on the Manti, and give that an assessment this year. So that's where those that's where those permits would be going. So, and then finally on the 4.5 to 5-year-old units, recommending slight decrease on the Pilot Mountain and the North Cache unit, and increases on the Grouse Creek and the Paunsaugunt, pretty minor in these areas. Moving on to pronghorn, statewide we're recommending an increase of 78 permits, or about a 10% increase across the board. A lot of the units that we flew came back really well this last year. Pronghorn populations are doing good, and saw a lot of bucks on our surveys and in our classification in the summer. That was good. And then finally, for once-in-a-lifetime permits, recommending no change on moose, increase in bison from 96 to 148, increase of 11 on our desert bighorn populations. Again, those are surveys that came back really positive. Slight decrease in our Rocky Mountain bighorns, and slight increase on our mountain goats. And then the 2 archery-only hunts that were passed in December, we're recommending 10 permits for the bison hunt on the Henry Mountains and 2 permits for the archery hunt on the UNS Central. And that's all I have. Thank you.
I got a question for you. Can you take me back to the Southern Region General Season deer? The few comments that I got are pertaining to basically the Zion, the Pine Valley. Mostly, well, both those, where our buck-doe ratio is doing really good.
Yeah.
And when you look at just that data there, it says add permits, it's going to be great. So people draw the permit, go to the mountain, and it's crowded, and it's a mess, and they don't like it, and it screws up their hunt. And that is that's the feedback that I'm getting. Nobody complaining about the deer.
Yeah.
Complaining about the experience because it's crowded. Well, there's got to be some ways we can address that, we can include that in our thought process. And I know that the guys, and I've talked to Bair, and it's been a while, but me and Bair have had discussions about crowding. I mean, I know if you look at the northern region, I mean, you talk hunters per public accessible acre of hunting ground. Yeah. You know, there's some issues there.
The one thing we've done in the past.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't want to interrupt you guys.
You're not interrupting. Go ahead.
The one thing I was going to say is last year, as we had some of these discussions, because I think this came up a year ago, we looked at the weapon splits on them, doing changes and adding more permits to muzzleloader and archery, and pulling some out of the rifle to do that. Candidly, that was met with mixed review. A lot of people felt like, well, it's hard to draw these rifle tags, and you're pulling them out of that. And then other people were saying, no, that the resource is there. We should be able to hunt it if it's there. And so you're right, Mr. Chair. It's complicated, and the crowding issue does come up on some of those units.
I got an idea I want to run by you, but we'll go through this. But before you sit down, I want to talk to you about a potential fix maybe down the road for some of that while we're on the numbers and while we're so. Don't sit down until I go over that with you.
Yeah, John, I can add a little bit to especially the Pine Valley, and those deer seem to be migrating quicker, sooner, and they do get down into where they're easier to get at. I don't know why they're leaving. They're leaving good food, but they are, and there's not a snow problem down there. They just leave early. And that's been going on for a few years, and they're leaving a little earlier as time goes on. So there might be something that we need to fix there.
That's
because it's causing overcrowding.
Yeah. What's interesting is this classification data comes after the hunt. So if we have deer that are leaving early, these may be underrepresentations of what the buck-to-doe ratio is, which doesn't help the discussion we're having,
which lends to the argument of more permits, which compounds the problem, whether it's perceived or not, of crowding. So
we have these discussions almost every year in the Southern RAC, and you're right, Mr. Chair. It's something that comes up every year. So.
And these deer that you've collared are going to help us there.
Yeah.
With knowing more about that.
Yeah.
Where they're going, what they're doing.
Yeah.
Very good. All right, go ahead, and we'll.
I've got just a question.
Okay.
On the bighorns, where you were cutting those permits, the Rockies.
Yeah.
How big of a problem have we got there, or what's going on? I spent a little time over there last fall, and I was kind of concerned at how healthy those sheep were. They didn't look good to me.
Where were you at? Which unit were you on?
I was on both Range Creek and Rattlesnake.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's so that's that area. We've done a bunch of disease surveillance, and we've got about 80% of our herds where we've gone and collected samples, and both of those units have a disease that's called mycoplasma, and last couple of years, what we've seen is lower lamb recruitment, or lambs coming into the population.
Very few lambs.
And so it's something where we still have mature rams now, presently, and so we're not making drastic decreases in permits, but it's several years down the road, as these few lambs get older, there probably will be less hunting opportunity available unless that population reverses. So we share that concern as well.
And that particular disease we can't do anything with. It's just got to run through the course.
Yeah, so it seems like when populations get mycoplasma, they're a lot more susceptible to other pathogens and bacteria that can wreak havoc in the lungs. And we've had populations that have bounced back and responded well, and we've had populations that haven't. And so we're just gonna have to wait and see. It's not like you can go give them a shot or feed them a pellet.
And I'm not so sure that rattlesnake isn't coming back just a titch.
Yeah.
So maybe we can cross our fingers and get a rebound.
Are we seeing any cactus rams on those units?
No.
He doesn't even want to comment.
I don't even.
Justin,
I don't know how I get put in these situations where I have no idea what to say. Go ahead.
Is that mycoplasma? Is that something that you think has come from domestic sheep exposure?
Yeah, there's been a lot of tests and a lot of research that has shown that that's the case. Yeah, it's one avenue for it. So,
any other questions from the board? Steve?
Yeah, I've got one, Justin. On your once in a lifetime with archery bison permits, I understood that it was going to be a few permits, and 10 sounds like quite a few to me. And I'm wondering how close you're going to be tracking the hunter success, and will we get a report on that? One of my other concerns is those archery hunters are going to have first choice on the bulls in those herds with very little disruption, and they're going to be able to get in there with those herds while the big bulls are in with them. So that's kind of the concern I had.
Yeah.
I had the concern earlier, but it was just going to be a few permits. So I just wanted to comment on that and make sure that we're going to track the hunter success and what kind of results we got from doing that hunt.
Yeah, that's so in November at the racks and in December when we pass these hunts, we never committed what permits that we would have on it. We never said if we do this we'll put X amount in there. We always save those discussions for this meeting. I know there was a lot of talk with back and forth on how many they wanted, but what we wanted to do is learn from this. If we're going to have an archery hunt and you have 10 permits, that'll give us a really good indication of what success rates will be like, because we anticipate they'll be much lower than the rifle hunt. And then also, you're right, they will have the first opportunity at it because that hunt would be in early October, but those season dates were set in December, and so we're just trying to fill these hunts as available.
The only comment I remembered was a few permits for archery.
Okay, if I made that comment, I try to go out of my way not to set permits in November, but that's hard when we're having those discussions as to whether we should have a hunt or not. And so if 10's too many, Steve, certainly have that discussion.
How is that divided between the units that we're hunting?
What do the other permits look
No,
like?
10. There's 10 archery hunts. That's not all Henrys.
It is all Henrys.
Oh, that's not book lifts too?
No, we just have the
we
one
just
archery hunt on
approved it in
Henrys.
Yeah, it's just the Henrys.
I forgot.
That's all Henrys, and they're all hunter
Wade
choice
here?
permits, aren't they?
No, Wade's not here, but I have talked to him about this, and one thing that Wade wanted to do, the why behind the 10 permits is, as we generally in November when these hunts start and you have 20 or 25 hunters that are several of which could be shooting at the same herd of bulls, it can push those bison down south, as you well know, to some of that wilderness study area. And we thought if we could get some harvest with archery, and quietly do it and not have the same population shot at over and over again with rifles, that we could get more harvest, decrease some of the permits and some of those other hunts, and maybe not have as much pressure to push them down earlier. That's the why behind it.
The other information we'll be able to collect is how many applications you had for those hunts, correct?
Correct. Yes, we can pull that.
All right. Thank you, Justin.
Yeah. Thanks, Steve.
Any other questions from the board?
We go back one more slide. One more.
I'm just kidding.
Thank you.
The pronghorn one?
So not to get too derailed, but can you just comment for just a minute? I think we forget about the pronghorn every once in a while. I think we concentrate on some of these others. And can you just, for just a second, comment on our population trends with pronghorn, where we're going in the state, what problems are we facing with the pronghorn?
Yeah, so pronghorn are doing well. I can go pull the exact number, the estimate, but they're trending up, which is shown here with the increase in buck permits. And with that, though, we do have more issues with pronghorn and ag fields, and when we get to the antlerless portion of it, we'll talk about increases in doe permits to address some of those concerns, and they are real concerns. But southeast region, pronghorn populations were up. Southern, they were doing well. West Desert, I can't remember West Desert. Tom, pronghorn doing well in West Desert? Yeah. It just seemed like every pocket of the state was doing well. The one place that they're down, ironically, is the Parker Mountains. Sorry, I should have mentioned this. We in between the RAC meeting and this meeting, we did our survey, and we estimated, well, before that time, last year's estimate, we thought we'd be about 2,000 to 2,200, and now we estimate we're going to be about 1,400 to 1,500. With the buck permits, we're still comfortable with it. Our antlerless permits, we're still comfortable with that as well, but we'll talk antlerless here in a bit. But that's the one unit that had fewer pronghorn than we were anticipating. So,
any other questions from the board? Questions from the RAC chair? Any questions from the RAC chairman? Questions from the audience, and just a reminder, this is questions. Comments will come up in a minute. Any questions from the audience? Come on up, state your name for the record.
Gene Boardman, I'm from Hinckley, Utah. I have a question on how to determine the amount of tags, and especially on the bull elk. And is there anything that really counts except the cross-section of the teeth of the ones that are harvested? Is there anything else that really counts in making those decisions?
So in the plan, it says we'll manage to an age, and so that's the biggest driver in the age. Trend is important as well. Those two things are outlined pretty well in the plan, but we look at things like hunter satisfaction. One reason we hold check stations for deer is so that we can interact with the public and see what they're up against and hearing, and we try hard to get a pulse for how these units are doing, but age is certainly the biggest driver in these decisions.
I think that's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions from the audience? No questions. We'll bring it back to the RAC chairman for a report. John, we'll start over on your side this time.
Okay, thank you. So the Northern RAC recommended the Wildlife Board accept the bucks, bulls, and once-in-a-lifetime permit recommendations as presented, and that was unanimous.
Thank you. Richard?
Central Region RAC, there are a couple of questions from the RAC members concerning why there were decreases rather than increases because of population levels, but I think Justin and those folks explained that pretty well. But ultimately, the motion was made to accept the division's recommendations, and it passed unanimously.
Thank you. Randy?
The Northeast region was the same. They recommended approval of the Bucks Bulls Once in a Lifetime recommendations, and it was unanimous also.
Thank you. Dave, I've read your minutes. What the hell were you guys doing down there?
Oh, my word. Yeah.
All right, take it away. That's why we have the meetings, to get the input, so take it away.
There you go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first motion that we had was actually by Gene. Gene's one of our RAC members, and he made a motion that we accept the recommendations as presented, with the exception that we do not reduce the number of limited entry elk tags on the Dutton and the Panguitch unit. And that motion failed 4-7. And then we had another motion to accept as presented, but to include potential changes to allow non-resident bonus tags every other year. And the discussion is that on units where you only have one non-resident tag, it's kind of like a CWMU where you only have one tag.
Your bonus points don't really do you any good. It's a lottery every year.
And so what the discussion is that maybe if we can still only have the one tag, but they go every other year, so they'd have two tags one year.
Two tags every other year instead of one tag every year.
Then the bonus tags come in. And that motion passed 11 in favor, 1 opposed.
Okay, so help me. You accept everything except you throw in that little twist with the non-resident permits, right?
That's correct.
Okay. We write that down. I'm going to write down non-resident every other year so you can use your bonus point. I'm sure we'll have a little discussion about that. Okay, go ahead. Continue.
So we got through that, and then with this same item, we had the action log requests. And I don't know if you want to do that now or come back to it, but
throw them out there.
Okay. First one, which you've already discussed, would be to investigate ways to address overcrowding in the southern Utah units. Some ideas that came up at that time were a split rifle hunt, and also consider adding a third tier to the general season management strategy of 20 to 25 buck to doe ratio units. On these units that were growing bucks, we could allow them to get into that upper tier without adding more tags.
Yeah.
So that motion to add to the action log request passed, 9 in favor, 2 opposed. And then we had a motion concerning the Paunsaugunt unit, and specifically 2 of these were to address the velvet bucks.
Okay.
Apparently, when they have the management hunt on the Paunsaugunt, you can't take a velvet buck, and so they wanted to add the velvet buck, so that would be legal on the management hunt. And then they also wanted to add a velvet-only hunt on the Paunsaugunt. They're trying to come up with some ways to remove these cactus bucks from the mountain. And then the third item concerning the Paunsaugunt was to have the rifle hunt end on October 31st every year. And it's my understanding that that ties into the migration, and the migration's pretty set, pretty consistent, and that gives the hunters and the guides the ability to manage for that migration, plan for it. So that motion passed unanimous. And then we had one more action log request, which was that they break out draw odds for the youth on the tags that qualify for the 20% of the tags, so they can specifically draw the odds for the youth. And that also passed unanimous. And that was it, Mr. Chairman.
That's all?
See? What are you talking about? It's simple.
You know, that's a lot, and that's a lot to digest and deal with, but that's my opinion. That's why we have the best system in the country, is because people can come and speak their mind and put their ideas out there and start working them through the system with either a yay or a nay eventually, and that's how we That's how we come up with things. So, thank you.
You bet.
Kevin, did you have a quorum?
We did. Barely.
Good. Do I call you Kevin or do I call you Bishop Albrecht?
Kevin's just fine.
All right.
We had two motions with this. One was to direct the division as an action log item to consider having a split season general deer hunt on units that are having these higher numbers, the conflict with hunter crowding, and have the division consider this as they deem appropriate as an action log.
Okay.
That passed 5-2. Our other motion was to accept the remaining bucks and bulls once in a lifetime permit, and this passed 4-3.
Okay.
And the reason for much of that, there was quite a bit of discussion with that, and it was split, and much of that discussion, or the discussion on that, was based off of those 10 permits on the Henry Mountains with the bison. They kind of got the perception also from the wildlife board meeting that those numbers were going to be fewer than that, and so there was much discussion, and there was a side motion made to have that number be lower, but that's where the discussion was on those permits.
Okay. So your side motion, did that not? What was the ultimate outcome of the motion?
Yeah, because the
did
motion was
fail?
on the table, we went with that motion. It passed, so that.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So that's it?
Yep.
Okay. I guess we're back to discussion on the board. I have a couple things. Oh, I tried to circumvent the process and forget public comment, but Stacy, being the highly efficient lady that she is.
My question is, where was our secretary?
Where was our secretary? My mistake. You're right. Actually, as I'm looking at my notes where it says I'm next is public comment, I blow right over it. So I'm still traumatized from the cactus buck discussion. It's got me off my game. So okay. Hey, I don't have any cards up here. That might help me remember. So, hey, while we're doing that, Marty, could you come up here for 1 sec? I have a quick question. I promise not to put you on the spot or ask you anything too hard. First off, thanks for being here with us.
Pleasure.
When it comes to the duties of the chairman, I know it's kind of off the rails for the chairman to make a motion, but when it comes to something like action log item, is there any rule that said I can't make a motion to add something to the action log?
I'm not aware there's any rules other than just practice, that the chair doesn't.
So I would be setting dangerous precedent.
It may be. You're drawing some fine lines now.
Well, I'm going to do it, so. I just thought I'd see if it was blatantly illegal or just living in the gray area.
Just be careful. You may get fired.
Yeah.
Okay.
Put on probation for a meeting and then fired.
I just thought if there was some hard.
To be clear, I'm not giving you permission.
Fooled. I wasn't asking for permission. Okay, thank you. No, I was just seeing how illegal what I'm about to do actually is. There's a timeline on it. Okay. All right, we're back to our official meeting now. Back headed down the right road. Public comments. First up, I have Bill Christensen, representing the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. Followed by Bill will be Randy Parker. Following Randy will be Troy Justinson. And I don't have too many of these, so I'll give you 5 minutes if you represent an organization. If you're on your own, you'll get 3 minutes. So we'll worry about that if things get a little long-winded. But Bill, take it away. It's good to have you here, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your service. And all those that are leaving the board, we thank you for your service. It's been a good time.
Thank you.
My name is Bill Christensen. I'm the Regional Director for the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. And we'd like to go on record supporting the Division of Wildlife Resources recommendations for the bucks and bulls, and compliment Justin and the biologists from the different regions who did such a good job of putting this together, and also appreciate the support and help during the feeding and the leadership that you performed. Director Sheehan, thank you very much. And again, thanks for your service, gentlemen who are leaving. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Randy Parker.
That would be me. Bill, you had that up there pretty high. My name's Randy Parker. I'm here representing Utah Farm Bureau. Probably most of you would recognize Sterling Brown here generally, but he's on an assignment downstate, so I get the honor of being here and making a few comments today. I too want to say thank you for your service. Farm Bureau appreciates people that serve. We have a lot of people in our organization that step up and serve, and we're grateful for you. Our system wouldn't work without your service, so thank you. I want to make a few general comments that may be appropriate at this time or going forward. Representing Farm Bureau, that's a majority of the farmers and ranchers scattered around the state. And I just want to state for the record that our farmers and ranchers and sportsmen have a lot in common. We all love the outdoors, and I'm not sure, Greg, if I've talked to a farmer or a rancher that isn't a hunter, that loves to be out there and enjoying what you all are managing. So that's where I'd like to start my comments, is we have a lot in common. With that said, I'm going to give a little bit of history, just so you can chew on this as time moves forward, because the people that I represent, we all recognize that we have conflicts, whether it's on the ground individually or if it's philosophically, but I want to leave you with a few thoughts. Utah is an interesting state. We're a public land state. Only 18% of the land base of the state of Utah is privately owned. We have a federal government that owns and controls 67% of our state. So for farmers and ranchers, particularly ranchers that have eked out a living in this state for more than 150 years, a lot of those families, to be economically viable and sustainable, they've been compelled to combine private land, private water, and public land resources. Now, since the 1950s, when the federal agencies got more and more involved in managing livestock grazing, ranchers have seen a 70% cut in the number of AUMs that are available for livestock grazing on the public lands. Of that number of loss, there's about 340,000 AUMs that are currently in suspended or non-use status by the BLM and the Forest Service. Those can be reinstated based on the resource. Federal agencies balance the resource and the conditions on the resource by managing the livestock and the livestock grazing. It's up to you all to manage the resource and the shared forage that's out there on those public lands by managing wildlife numbers, particularly elk. State law has said that reinstatement of suspended grazing AUMs is a priority. I guess what I'm here to ask is that there be attention to numbers, particularly elk numbers, and the impact that they're having on private land, balancing the shared resource, those that forage that we all need to utilize on the public lands through the management of the herd size, through permits, and through hunter success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being here. It says here you're in Sandy?
Yes, we're in Sandy.
I don't see many farms in Sandy anymore.
There once were.
There, I know. All right. Troy Justinson is next. After Troy, I have Ben Louder. And after Ben, I got Gene Boardman, and that's all the cards I have. Troy, go ahead.
Good morning. Troy Justinson, Sportsman Fish and Wildlife. We support the division's recommendations. We do have two areas of concerns. One was brought up that John stated, and also Donnie stated, that a lot of our members have concern with overcrowding. And they would like, the board to look at the option and the division to look at the option of some split seasons in those units that may, or that we were singled out, like the Pine Valley and that country down there as well. The other concern is we got a strong following in the Monroe, and their concern is with the elk numbers and the quality there. They'd like the division to keep a close eye on that as well. But overall, we're real excited with the numbers that are presented by the division, especially the archery. And Steve, just to go at a little bit what you said as far as the concern of harvesting the trophy bulls, that's why we switched to a more primitive weapon and less successful. And it's a either sex permit. And I would bet the majority of these guys, I mean, if you look at archers in general, they're not, what's the word I'm looking for, as selective. I mean, that's easy to see by the people they date and hang out with, so I think they'll be all right. But I don't think you're going to see the run on big bulls there. I think it's a great opportunity. It's a great time to get another, opportunity for hunters to get out there and also to alleviate some of the pressure on these permits. But like mentioned before, we appreciate Dr. King and Bair, your service on the board. I'll never forget when the word broke that John had actually made the board. Ty Bullard come out with a statement on social media that said that the Death Star is fully operational. But I disagree, even though if you did remove Darth Vader's helmet with your hairdo, you kind of look like him there.
Your
so
time
thank
is
you very
now
much.
complete, Troy. Thank you.
Troy, I got a question for you before you take. You said you had a concern on the Monroe.
Yeah,
Explain
overall
that to me.
population, they like to see the elk population raised back up. I think it was at 1,800. I think it's down to 1,100 or 1,200, and then just the trophy quality. But that's just you coming from
The trophy
our
quality is not
constituency.
there. They'd like to see
That's some
more,
of the talk,
bigger,
but
better.
The thing we need to remember is the plan that we all approved, the elk plan, and the ages, it's fallen in that objective. But they just would like us to keep an eye on it and make sure it doesn't continue.
And it proceed
or actually
with-
doesn't go down, it's actually climbing. So.
Okay.
Proceed with caution was the phone call I got to keep
Okay.
an eye on that.
Exactly.
So,
Okay.
thank you, Troy.
Yep, thank you.
I will not miss the public B ratings from him anymore. But next up, Ben Louder. After Ben, I have Gene Boardman. If anybody else wants to speak after Gene on the permit numbers for bucks, bulls, and once in a lifetime, you can fill out a card and get it over to Stacy. Ben, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Ben Louder, representing the Utah Bowmen's Association. First, I'd like to applaud the DWR and Justin and all their efforts in that they put into these numbers. To me, it's really exciting to see the information and the data that we have that we haven't had in the past that allows us to be proactive in our management versus reactive. I think that's awesome, and with that, we support the recommendations as presented. Also, Steve, I'd like to address your concerns a little bit with the archery buffalo tags as well. I understand that you're concerned with the number there. I, for one, am excited, obviously, for the archery opportunity, but also for the numbers that we can get, the data that we can collect from having 10 tags on that. One of my concerns on the mountain goat archery hunt with the 2 tags is the data that we'll get from those 2 tags as far as success rates go is really not going to be statistically valid, with only 2 tags, and it'll take several years to really get any statistically valid data there. 2 tags, that's totally going to be dependent on the hunters. If you get a couple of professional bow hunters, like they could go 100%. You get a couple of guys that are new to bow hunting, they could go completely empty. Whereas 10 tags on the Henry Buffalo hunt seems like to me that's enough where we'll get a balance of hunters and be able to get a better statistical sampling of what the success rates on that hunt are really going to be, and that to me is exciting. And I'm also excited to see, you know, when we see the numbers from the draws, you know, how popular were these options, how many applicants did we have. So anyway, again, with that, we support the division's recommendations as presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
Ben, I wanted to comment. I guess I'm okay with it, but I wanted to also express my concerns so that we can get some data collected on how many applications there were and what kind of success rate we had.
Sure.
So that's part of the reason I brought it up. I'm not gonna contest it. So thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Mr. Boardman, welcome back to the microphone. We appreciate you making the trip up here, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate the board and the DWR. There's some things that I like. I think I speak for the silent majority of the hunters that don't even know that this board meeting's going on today, and they don't understand some of the things that are the way things are going. They put in for a permit, they don't even know what the odds are, how many tags are available. They just put in for the permit where they're going. Mount Dutton and Panguitch Lake units, limited entry elk is what I'm concerned with. They raised the age objective, and that cut 33% off from the Panguitch Lake and 25% off from Mount Dutton last year. There's an additional 7 tags on each unit cut off this year. There's plenty of elk there, and I'm really have a problem with age objective management. Now, I will say that age objective management has got Utah way on top as far as big bulls go. Everybody knows that Utah's got the big bulls, but it's at a cost. It's at a cost to us that want to hunt, and there's resource out there that isn't being used because the age objective management is too restrictive. The loudest voices for more years on age objective management are people that have got an interest in that. Most people don't have an interest in it. Most of them want to kill an elk. If I kill a 4-year-old elk on one of those units that's got a 6.5, 7-year age objective on it, I've just canceled out 3 guys that killed 7-year-old elk, right? And that keeps the average low, and so we don't put out as many tags. We seem to be aggressive in cutting tags, but really cautious in raising the number of tags. And another thing is that on the Panguitch Lake and Mount Dutton units, there's 8 tags on both units that go pay to play. They haven't been cut. Panguitch Lake's been cut by about 42% for the regular draw hunters. Now that don't seem right to me. I know that they'll say, well, we've got extended contracts on those and sooner or later it'll catch up, but sooner or later comes a long time sometimes and people find reasons to not do it. About 17% of Panguitch Lake is pay to play. And so it's hurting those of us that want to draw a tag. Now, having said these things, I'd like to see that a little more than just age objective go into making these decisions, to try and provide more opportunity for the average hunter to
hunt those elk. We kill elk on there. We killed one seven-year-old bull. He'd fit in about the middle of the bulls that we've killed, slightly lower than 2 or 3 four-year-old bulls that we've killed. After the hunt, we stop at the antimony Merc. People come out, they take our picture, they post it on Facebook, put it on their wall.
No wonder.
And our 4-year-old elk is as much a hero as any of them. We drive up the road and we stop in Circleville, and people stop and look at our elk, and they say that we got a good one, and they'd take that one if they had a chance. We go to the taxidermist. He put our head there with 6 or 7 others, and it's comparable to the rest of them. And our 4-year-old elk, we're happy with it. And so are most of the hunters, but we're the biggest problem that you've got on this age objective, because we're so doggone happy with a 4-year-old elk that we don't put out the 20-mile trap line of trail cameras and take an army in with us to hunt. And so,
Gene, your time's up, but I got a quick question for you. You said you'd like to see other things taken into consideration aside from the tooth data. What do you have a specific as to what would that be other than the tooth data that we'd use?
Hunter satisfaction and the number of elk available.
Okay.
My time's up, but I would like to say that I think that Justin and his people are the greatest elk managers we have, and we're doggone lucky to have them. Me and him would disagree on this age objective, but we're lucky to have him for a manager.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time. We appreciate you driving up. I don't have any other cards. Do we got any other public comment on the Bucks, Bulls, and once-in-a-lifetime permit numbers? If not, we're gonna move forward. And Justin, step on up. You got something to say? I can see you fidgeting there.
I do. Steve, I wanted to let you know we had 495 people apply for that archery hunt on the bison. We did have that data now. So, yep.
Justin, while you're there, don't run off. You want to tell him, or should I?
That's all right.
Is it about my dog?
We've conferenced just a little bit, and we've decided that we'd like to add a statistic to that hunt, the bow hunt for a bull bison. We want to know hunter survival, not just hunter success.
We want to know hunter success and hunter survival.
Okay, well, let's see what we can do.
You laugh, but we want to report. Okay. All right. Last call for comment cards. This is it. We're going to bring it back to the board if we don't have any others. It looks like that's it. I think we got time to get all this done. Okay, I'm going to go over the things that I've heard that are outside the division's proposal. We've heard a little talk about overcrowding. I think we're going to talk about that here in a bit. We'll bring that up. The southern region had a whole list of things that we'll get to, I think, that don't necessarily affect our vote on this exact issue, but we'll talk about those. For the most part, we really didn't have a whole lot of variation. Am I missing something specific that, as far as actual numbers, that, I mean, pretty much everybody agreed? We did have some things they want looked at, and we'll bring those up. But yeah, I got a bunch of action log items, but that's the bulk of them. But we're gonna vote on the permit numbers, and then we'll hit those. Bring it back to the board for discussion. I mean, pretty cut and dried, really. Not a lot of variation.
You know, we go back to the big minutes of the southern region, and it was extensive. I mean, you could tell by all of the votes, and one of them I just want to clarify a little bit before they talked a lot about the cactus bucks, about the velvet bucks down on the Paunsaugunt, and wanted some different seasons, and I'd like to understand that a little bit better. They want to have a specific season for the cactus buck. I'm not exactly sure why. We were just taught that they don't reproduce, so they're not passing those genes on. They don't make a significant, ratio of the population. There's not enough of them to worry about them overgrazing the forage. And so why are we targeting those bucks specifically to get them out of the herd?
Well, one of the biologists might be able to answer that better, but it's my understanding they want them gone. There's, that's that many deer that they don't have to feed that aren't doing anything for us, that there's not a mechanism to remove them. And they just trying to get them, target them to get them out of the, maybe the study will say that keeping them there is okay, but I think they just trying to get a mechanism to get them out of the herd, which they don't have right now. Nobody wants to burn, their points on a.
Nobody wants to burn their 18 Paunsaugunt points to shoot that deer that looked like Marge Simpson.
So they just.
That was an ugly deer.
They just keep staying around, and you're feeding them, and they just like to create a mechanism to remove them. It's my understanding.
Where's Justin? Justin, would you? When it comes to the cactus bucks, we got a couple things on those. Means it brought up. We'll deal with it. They've asked to make it legal as a management buck, and to possibly have a season for the cactus bucks. Where we've done the study, we're doing the study. I guess we're still in the study. Would you rather us back up? Would it screw you up if we? Because we're not going to do it in this meeting anyway. That would be something we'd have to add to the action log to come forward in November. Would that screw up your plans and your study if we started mowing them down?
I think we can make anything work. I think the hardest thing with this discussion is defining in rule what a cactus buck is. I mean, you can't just say bucks that look like Marge Simpson. That wouldn't suffice. So, I've given this some thought. I think if we were to do something, it would have to be a hunt that occurs in November, and we would have to have language that said simply any buck that has retained the velvet. I think that's as basic as you can get it. And some of the management buck hunts that we have on the Henrys that are now into August and earlier with some of these different hunt strategies that we've tried, that might be more problematic there to say all management buck hunts. So I think we might want to target it specifically on the Paunsaugunt if we do something, and have a later season so we're not harvesting antlered bucks that aren't or in the velvet but are just normal bucks. So.
And you do me a favor.
Sure.
Or we put anything on the action log, like when we go to lunch or something like that, I'll give you guys a chance to address that. Would you and Dave maybe talk about something that you both feel comfortable with, that you feel like might address that, so that we can give him something to take back to his rack, but that we don't do something that's totally out of the realm of legal and productive, and there's no sense in doing something that is not legal. And I mean, if there's a problem there legally or something, we probably ought to think about that before we.
I think we could have that discussion now. We really have two options. We can either add cactus bucks and just say bucks that have retained the velvet and allow management buck hunters to harvest those animals, or we could have its own separate hunt and just have it be bucks that have retained the velvet in the month of November. I think those are the two options. We probably have a lot more control over the latter portion if we just had a management buck hunt specifically for cactus, or not a management buck hunt, a hunt specifically for cactus bucks, and that way as densities go down, we can address it, and it doesn't get into the buck to doe ratio of the other management. If that's something the board wanted us to look at, we can make it work. So
I don't know that as a board member I have an opinion on that strong enough one way or the other to say I'd rather see them part of the management hunt or I'd rather have a management hunt just for them. I'd kind of throw that back to the division for what they think would work best. So yeah, so I mean, as a board member, if that's the way you feel that should go,
yeah,
board member, I kind of feel that way too. David, is your RAC going to feel like we address their issue if we?
Oh, I think so. That gives
Okay.
them the mechanism that they want.
and we have time until November when this would be brought forward anyways. Certainly something we can look at.
I'm
either
going
option.
to add that. Then I'm going to scratch the other deal, and we will add that to the long list of things that I think we're probably going to get added to the action log. So
Don't know why we're picking on Marge Simpson. So we know what's causing it.
Marge
Simpson
frequents
syndrome.
the buckle. That's all I'm going to say. Here we go. What else we got that we want to address before we? I mean, I think we'd have a hard time veering very far from what the division's proposed.
Well, it's pretty much unanimous all the way across.
All the way across. The RAC's pretty much supported it. I mean, unless somebody's got a real good reason to not, I think, I'd entertain a motion.
I'm going to say the only thing, do you want to do anything with Gene Boardman? He said your Mount Dutton and your Panguitch. Do you want to do anything with numbers there, or do you want to leave them? I mean, we're
management strategy.
Yeah, I mean, what he asked us to do.
We've raised the age, but there's still a lot of animals there. Do we need to still let some more opportunity and let a few more tags in? I mean, yeah, his pay to play, the expo hunts, they're kind of cast in stone for a while, so there's not a lot we can do there. But do we still want to do something with any opportunity there?
Don't those permits change every?
Well, let's hold on a minute. The ones that are set in stone for a 3-year period are the conservation permits that are on a 3-year contract. The expo permits are re-upped every year. So if there's, yeah. So I mean, if the division feels like they want to put those permits to the public and not an expo for a year or something, that's up to them, and that comes up in the future meetings. As far as the conservation permits, those are in a contract. All we could do is, I mean, if the board wanted to add, but I'm going to push back just a little, just a little bit on that.
Do we want to do anything there?
I'm going to push back on that one just a little. The people I hear from that love elk, the elk nuts that spend time on the mountain, the Dutton especially, they would argue all day long that the quality is taking a hit. And they've told me before, if you just want to shoot any old elk, we have plenty of general season units in this state where you can go shoot anything with antlers. You don't put in for 16 or 18 years or even 10 years on the Dutton and the Panguitch Lake for an average bull. These are limited entry units for a reason, and we're not just putting the axe to the numbers. We're cutting them a little bit to stay within the sideboards. And when it goes back up, or when the age drops or goes back, then we add them. Like we're doing on the Monroe that my other friends that have called me are having a fit about. We're adding a few there because the age says that's what we do. It's all within the sideboards of the plan. I don't think we're doing anything that's out of the sideboards. I appreciate Gene's comments, and it's good to have the guys that want to hunt and that don't care so much about the score and stuff. It's good to hear from these guys. Because they are. They're the flip side of the coin from the hardcore trophy hunters, and they're important, and there's a lot of them, and we need to be mindful that's out there. But I don't personally. I'd go with what we got.
I had a comment.
I don't know. Is it going to be as long as your last comment?
No, I'll be brief.
Go ahead.
You know, there's a couple of things kind of bouncing around here on those units around Monroe and Dutton in that area. You know, part of our strategy a few years back when we realized that we've sort of got this interconnected elk population was you can't take elk that are, as soon as they cross a road, which they do all the time on these 3 or 4 units down there, and have all these different age objectives, because you're just pushing the same elk around and they're all being hunted. So a movement was to say, let's decide what we want that age class to look like in this complex. Let's make it consistent for all of it. So even though we've heard some permits have gone down or other, this is part of the normalizing of this acknowledgement that we have an elk complex there. We're not only seeing it in these bull recommendations, but more importantly, you're seeing it in the cow recommendations that we're going to talk about here just after this agenda item. Because those elk move around. They're sensitive to forage, they're sensitive to winter conditions, they're sensitive to hunting pressure. And if that's how we're going to view this, and I think that prior to this meeting, that's what was agreed upon, so that we can keep the agricultural concerns in check, so that we can keep not just chasing numbers every year as we see these different counts, our winter counts vacillate because of whatever 2 weeks that helicopter was in the air and where they happened to be at that moment. We need to do this collectively. So that's really why you've seen some of these permit changes in the last couple of years on these elk. Not that we've decided that we want more big ones or less big ones, but to ground truth what's really going on in that area. And again, we'll talk more about that here shortly in the cow permits. But I think a lot of these issues have been kind of morphed together here in the last little while that we've been talking around this, and there's a lot of things that we're not done yet as we get into the cow tags. So.
I'd say have a little look at the Monroe there. We're adding tags on the Monroe. We dropped the age class on the Monroe so we could add tags, and I think it all kind of balances out myself. Yeah, so I think it all kind of balances out. But in
the middle is not.
Yeah, but. I mean, is there anything else deer-wise? I mean, I'm having a hard time poking any holes in Justin's proposal here, which is usually something I'm pretty good at, but I think he's done his homework this time. The PhD's is paying off, Justin. So, anything else we want to discuss or make a motion, or if not, I'd entertain a motion by somebody on the board.
John, I'll make a motion that we accept the division's recommendation as presented.
Moved by Donnie. Doctor, you're thinking pretty hard here. What do you got? You good? Steve, did you second that?
Yeah, I'll second that motion.
Moved by Donnie Hunter and seconded by Steve Dalton that we accept the Bucks, Bulls, and once-in-a-lifetime permit numbers as presented by the division. I have not said that in a lot of years that we've going to do that. So, any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Passes unanimous. Well done, Justin. Justin, you got 25 minutes to get us through the Antlerless. Knock yourself out. We'll get it at the end of the. I got some stuff to add. Or get somebody else to do it. You're up, buddy.
It's child-proof. Hold on a second.
Anytime.
There we go. Okay. Alrighty. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today I'll present the Antlerless recommendations for 2017. We'll start out with deer. This is a fawn production trend graph. We showed it in the last presentation. The take-home is fawn production has been relatively stable over the last 8 years with a little dip in 2016. Next is one of my favorite graphs to show. It's the survival rate data. We've been showing it at the racks and board meetings for the last several years. And what we have on the y-axis is the percent of deer that have survived, and on the x-axis the year. So the yellow line represents adult survival. We radio collar does on 7 units throughout the state, and over the last 7 years, it's been between 83 and 86% survival. And this last year, it went down a little bit, just over 80%. Little cause of concern, but nothing too drastic. And then on the fawn survival, from 2012 to 2015, we were at 80% survival. And with that, we grew a lot of deer in the state. And this last year, we were at 43%. And you look at that and say, well, what does that equate to? And just as a reference, when your adult survival's doing well, when you're average, when you're right there where you need to be, you can lose about half the fawns every year and still break even. So 50% fawn survival is kind of that point, just from a reference for deer population growth. But with this information in 2016, our populations decreased about 10,000. So last year we were about 385,000 deer in the state, which is as high as we've been in a really, really long time. And given the winter and the drought and some of the things that we've talked about earlier, we dropped about 10,000 deer in the state. The new objective is 453,000 deer. That's based on the unit plans that have come through from the Northeast region and the Southeast region as of late. Moving on to public draw permits, where you've grown 100,000 deer in the state in a 4-year period and then took a dip this last year. With that has come some real areas that we need to focus management with doe harvest. And this year we're recommending just shy of 1,500 permits, up from 755 last year. Excuse me. And these public draw permits for antlerless deer, they're designed to address depredation and rangeland concerns that we see on the landscape. And so with that, we're recommending decreases in permits on the beaver by about 10, and increases on the Monroe, Mount Dutton, Plateau Boulder, Panguitch Lake, Zion, and Pine Valley. And we're recommending quite a few new hunts on the Monroe, the Pine Valley, the Plateau, and the Zion units. In addition to that, we're making a slight boundary change on the Pine Valley enterprise as well. That's what we're recommending. Moving on to elk. Statewide population graph. Again, this is the 3rd year in a row that our elk population has declined, which has been a good sign. It's been by design. And this last year, we dropped about 1,500 elk in the state, from just over 7,900 to 77,730 animals. The objective is just over 78,000, and we're slightly below that. Next, I'll talk about public draw permits. Excuse me. From 2010 to 2013, we increased a lot of public draw permits, and we learned quite a few lessons during that time frame. Some of the things we learned is sometimes adding more permits to the system doesn't always equate to more harvested animals. Oftentimes it leads to lower hunter success rates. And so what we did from 2013 to current is it's really a credit to the biologists and the managers in the region, where they've gotten creative and gotten very surgical on their hunts and strived to have hunts that had the proper boundaries, the proper timing, and the adequate number of permits to get the harvest that we needed. And this year we're recommending a decrease in public draw permits from 13,680 to 9,830. And we'll talk about why that is here in a bit, as we talk about some of the over-the-counter hunting strategies that we're exploring. If you look at public draw permits by region, there on the far left you have the units, and then the population objective, and the current estimate there in the middle. In the 2016 permits, those are permits that were approved by the board last year, and what we're recommending this year. So in the northern region, we're recommending decreases in permits on the Box Elder, Ogden, and Morgan Southridge units, and a slight increase on the Cache. We're also recommending to rename one of the hunts on the Cache to Cache East to avoid confusion with the deer boundary that has the same name. In the central region, we're recommending increases on the Central Mountains Nebo and the Wasatch Mountain West units. And we're also recommending a new hunt on the Wasatch Mountains West Central. And this hunt is receiving a name change as well. Wasatch Mountains West, we'd like to rename Wasatch Mountains West Central to avoid confusion with an existing deer boundary. kind of what we're doing is if you have a hunt name, it should have a unique boundary, and that we're trying to clean up some of the stuff from the past.
Some of our hunt names are ridiculous.
Ridiculously cool, is that what you mean?
Ridiculously 10 pages too long.
Yeah.
When I'm up there reading a hunt name and it takes me longer to read the hunt name than to sell the hunt name's too long. I'm just saying.
I have a public high school diploma.
Yeah, but it was in Sanpete County, so,
Yeah.
you know.
And I knew all the education cracks would come, but our hunt names are too long. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah. Just sound them out. We'll be okay.
He's got a limited amount of time to make a lot of money.
Sound them out. Is that what you just said?
I tried to say it under my breath, and the mic.
Sound them out.
Interesting. Here we go. In the southern region. Oh boy.
Well played. Well played. I got nothing. Well played. Keep going. Keep going.
In the southern region, we're recommending.
You suck.
All right.
Knew it was going to dip below professional.
Yeah, it never fails. In the southern region, we're recommending decreases in permits on the Southwest Desert. I can't even do this. The Fillmore, the Beaver, the Boulder Caparowitz, Penguich Lake, and the Zion unit. And we're recommending slight increases on the Mount Dutton and the Fish Lake Thousand Lakes units. Recommending quite a few new hunts on the Beaver North and the Beaver East. Another one on Mount Dutton and Plateau. This is the one that we had last year, the one that Director Sheehan mentioned earlier, where we're hunting elk on a wider scale. What we've done is pulled out the Monroe from that hunt. Also, we're recommending a hunt on the Last Chance Desert and Hatch Bench. Also, a name change on Fillmore Oak Creek to Fillmore Oak Creek South. In the Southeast region, recommending a decrease in permits on the San Juan and the Central Mountains Manti units. Excuse me. In the rack packet that was printed on the San Juan, initially it had 2 additional hunts there, and from the time that the rack packet was printed and the time that we took these recommendations out through the public process, we decided to eliminate 2 additional hunts on the San Juan because that population estimate is so far below the objective, and so essentially in the rack packet it says 220 permits for the San Juan, and we're recommending 50, just retaining 1 hunt there. Also recommending a new hunt on the Farron Canyon Southeast and a boundary change on Moreland Stump Flat. In the Northeast region, not recommending any new hunts or boundary changes, but we are recommending decreases in permits on the South Slope units, the 9 Mile Anthro, and the Wasatch West units, the Current Creek and the Avinaquin. So that's kind of the summary for public draw permits. We also have over-the-counter permits, and this is a strategy that we've gotten more into as of late. We are recommending, again, antlerless elk control permits, and these are where a hunter can take 1 antlerless elk using the same weapon type during the same season dates and within areas of overlap between the boundary of a buck bull once-in-a-lifetime permit and the antlerless elk control permit. So we'll do this. We're recommending this again. And then also private lands only permits. These are permits that are valid on private property from August 1st to January 31st on select units using any weapon. So we'll talk about both of these types of permits and what our recommendations are. Antlerless elk control. Last year we had this on 11 units. We sold almost 4,000 permits, harvested almost 500 elk, and the success rate was about 14%. And you could look at that and say, well, that's really low. Why do we continue to do this? And the answer is, in some areas, the objective of elk is 0. And so if you're already in the field, you'd probably, and you saw a cow elk, you have the opportunity to harvest that. And also for this year, we're recommending adding the Camish unit for antlerless elk control, and recommending a slight boundary to the San Juan unit. For private lands only permits, this last year was the first time that these were issued, and we sold just shy of 2,800, harvested between 1,400 and 1,500 elk, and had a really good success rate, about 52%. And this was well received by the landowners and the hunters that were able to obtain access to use these permits, especially in areas like the Northeast region where January got really cold, a lot of snow, a lot of these elk were congregating on private lands, and this really was a useful strategy to the biologist, and was well received by these landowners. It really simplified the process in obtaining permits, and in a lot of cases it minimized depredation as well, which is important for us. Additionally, it's redistributed elk on the landscape. Even though we just harvested just shy of 1,500 elk, in many cases we harvested the right elk. And we've said for a long time, if you can harvest elk in areas they shouldn't be, it means you can grow them in areas that they should be. And so it's a useful tool, and we're eager to move forward with it again. This year we're recommending 4 additional units: the Central Mountains Nebo, Mount Dutton, Panguitch Lake, and the Zion units, where these private lands only permits would be valid. And in total we're recommending just shy of 8,800 permits.
Justin?
Yes.
Was one of these the unit that which unit was it that got brought up in the central region?
I think that's my next slide.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hurry up, would you?
It's 2 slides. I'll get there. So in summary, we're simply modifying the way that cow elk hunting occurs. We're relying less on the public draw permits. They're still important, and we'll use them. We're not abandoning them. We're just declining them a little bit, and we're increasing the number of private lands only permits and the number of units that allow for antlerless elk control. So feedback from the rack. We took this through 5 racks, and part of this is, I think one reason our system is effective is because we have the opportunity to listen and hear the comments and field these questions. And some of the things that we heard through the rack process we liked, and we want to adopt them as our own. And so if you accept the division's recommendation, you will be accepting these changes as well. And the first one is we would like to add 125 private lands only permits to the West Desert Vernon unit. In the central region, some landowners showed up and said they wanted additional tools, and that made a lot of sense to us. And so we'd like to honor that and have 125 private lands only permits on the Vernon. We also heard in the southern region about some conflicts on the north end of the Beaver unit, and so we propose adding 80 cow elk permits to the Beaver East unit and altering the boundaries of 2 hunts. And these new boundaries will be for the Beaver North portion of the unit. And so essentially what we're talking about is the town of Beaver, north of that to I-70, and all that country to the east is where we'd like to harvest our cow elk pressure and add 80 additional permits there. Moving on to doe pronghorn, again recommending an increase of 120 permits from last year. Our populations are doing well. Recommending increases on the Pilot Mountain and Promontory units in Box Elder and the Mount Dutton Paunsaugunt population. We're also recommending new hunts on the Promontory and Box Elder West and the Mount Dutton Paunsaugunt, and a couple more on the Plateau Parker Mountain. So even though the number of permits we're recommending stay the same on the Parker, we're having some hunts that are going to move earlier to try to get some additional harvest on those pronghorn. Antlerless moose, recommending an increase of 2 permits on the Ogden West and no new hunts or boundary changes. And that's all I have for antlerless. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
On the moose, where are we at based on our management plan for moose?
Yeah, so East Canyon.
Did we fly this year and count moose before we just go ahead and kill another 20?
No, so on the East Canyon and Ogden, these populations are exceeding their objectives, and so we feel like we can get some cow moose harvest there. And in some of the areas, I think we went and looked at it on the South Cache a couple years ago, where in those mahogany patches where the moose are starting to highline some of these areas, we do have some concerns with moose densities, and I kind of view it as a good thing. When your populations are such that you should be harvesting the antlerless portion of it, it means the populations are doing well, and so yeah. But we did survey some of these units as well. Yep. That's all I have. So.
One other question for you, Justin.
Sure.
On the doe deer, did you look at any translocations? Since how we lost a lot of deer in northern Utah this year.
Yeah, those are conversations that we're having. Our translocation efforts have really focused on the urban areas. We've done a lot with working with cities and municipalities to do some of that, but off of traditional rangelands, We didn't do any last year. Yeah, again, a lot of those resources are going into the towns. So.
Well, I'm just looking at, the deer we lost, instead of shooting deer in other parts of the state, we could translocate those to help, bring some of our deer herds back in northern Utah, and plus give us a little bit more genetic, variation, from north to south.
Sure.
Or south to north, what it actually would be.
Yeah, I mean, translocation, it's a tool similar to our antlerless harvest, and we're open to looking at those things.
Well, I just like to see you, really take a wide-eyed look at that, seeing as how we spend a lot of money to, prove that we can do. Translocations do work and stuff like that. Instead of just going out and shooting a bunch of does, that we look at, translocating those and, help bring those herds, give them a jump start to come back after this past winter.
Sure.
My thoughts on that, Byron, are that I think we'll keep moving deer, but when we can move these urban deer, they seem to have done far better out in the wild places than I think any of us would have ever guessed. Bountiful deer going to live out in, Raft River Mountains or Duchesne County, and I think for now the best resource, we've got a lot of these deer and they're easy to capture, is these urban deer and getting them out in some of those areas like you're talking about, just because we've got a lot of volunteers. We can catch hundreds and hundreds of deer without doing helicopters and all that expensive stuff. So I think we'll probably keep heading down that road. But to me, that seems like the best use of resource now, is just getting some of those urban deer out of towns instead of killing them all there.
I just like to have that tool in the toolbox that we can use it, seeing as how we spend a lot of money to develop it and make sure it works.
Yeah.
And
instead of just shooting deer.
I want to point out, too, some of these deer, they're going to be harvested regardless, because what the strategy has been this year, as we've recommended increases, is you have some of these agricultural communities, and we've extended that boundary up to include some of the public land. So as deer are coming in and out of the ag fields, that our neighbors and kids and things like that have the opportunity to draw those antlerless permits, instead of just saying, well, landowners, here's a bunch of mitigation and depredation permits. It's a way to get the public involved in that harvest, because we don't want to grow these and you know this, we don't want to grow these deer on the backs of the private landowners that don't have tolerance for them, and so it's like Director Sheehan said, it's a tool, and we'll work with them together. So
Justin, I have a question. Can you go back to the Boulder Fish Lake cow tags? What did you have there for permits offered?
Let's see, the slide here.
Yes, that's probably it. So you had an increase on the Fish Lake of 250. Is that what I'm reading?
Yeah, an increase of 50
on
permits.
the Boulder of 240.
Correct. Yeah.
So, and Monroe you just left that where it was, 15?
Yeah, we're at the lower end of that range, as was brought up earlier.
So if you have spike hunters hunting Dutton and the Fish Lake, they can hunt either one of those with a spike permit, correct?
Correct, yes.
And they can also buy a cow tag?
I don't think they have antlerless elk control permits on those. If they draw a cow permit, they could do that.
These are draw permits that we're talking about, right?
Yes,
here.
these are public draw.
So if they draw a cow tag, then they could go buy a spike tag. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you could do either. I mean, you can go buy a spike tag and hunt it, or if you're lucky enough to draw.
But you've eliminated Monroe from that group. Now, is Dutton included with the Boulder Kaparowitz and the Fish Lake?
No, that would be.
Those are specific, huh?
Yeah, those would be separate units there. We have one hunt that encompasses the Mount Dutton and the Plateau, and let's see, where did we put that one? We probably put that in the Mount Dutton area here. So, and in that you can hunt both of those.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
But on those ranges, we're at the lower end pretty much on all of them, and so.
Okay.
Okay. While you're on the same slide, there was some concern in the southern region about the number of elk on the West Desert and on the Panguitch Lake.
Correct.
And Southwest Desert, your objective is 975. You're at 1,200, so you're way over. But you've still cut the antlerless permits from 6 to 550. But then you did add in your public lands 125 to the public lands. So
Correct.
is that why are we offsetting one for the other?
Yeah, so I can't remember on the Southwest Desert for private lands only.
I think I read that right. You added 100 and...
No, we didn't add 125 to the Southwest Desert. What we did is
But that was one of your last slides that we just had up there.
that was on the Vernon.
Oh, the Vernon. Okay.
Yeah, sorry,
Excuse
that was
me.
the Vernon
Excuse me.
unit.
Okay, that was the Vernon.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, but going back to the southern region, no, it's excuse me, on the Southwest Desert, with the harvest that we got last year, I mean, we knocked that back, and a lot of those elk went back into Nevada, and so, you know, to have 600 permits on a population of 1,200 animals with the other forms of harvest, we felt like 550 was a pretty solid recommendation to make.
So
progress.
it's still quite a few.
Yeah, it is. It's.
I mean, yeah, 550 out of 1,200.
Yeah, a few years ago when we were here, we were talking a couple hundred permits, maybe 300. And so we've stayed aggressive on that for another year to make progress to that 975.
Okay, and then on the Panguitch Lake, same thing. Your objective is 1,100. You're at 1,500, but yet you took 100 animals off.
Correct. Yeah.
Is that enough? Do we need to do more though? Because I know there was a lot of concern with the ranchers up there in the summertime. They get up there with their cattle and the feed's already gone because the elk herd's so out of control.
I'm trying to remember on the Panguitch Lake, but pardon my ignorance on this. Teresa, do you remember exactly the justification on that?
Hi, Teresa.
Hi there.
Welcome to the microphone.
Well, thank you. We did bring the Panguitch Lake down from last year to this year. The population objective dropped a little bit. And we dropped the draw tags to 625, but we also added 100 of the private lands only. So if you add those in, we're actually at 725.
You're the same number.
Yeah, we're a little bit more,
You just
and we
put
brought
them
the
in a
population
different
down a little
category.
bit. So I think we're on track to get in.
And part of that is to push them off private lands, push them back out, scatter them around a little bit.
Yeah, and the success that we have seen so far on the private lands only tags has been really good. So we're excited to try that tool.
So it's kind of a try it and see.
Yeah.
Pull from one, put in the other, but we should be more successful.
Yes, and then just on the unit to the south, on the Zion unit, we have it's a open bowl unit, but we're overpopulation on the Zion, so we've actually added some private lands only on that also. So they'll kind of work in conjunction, so that we'll get pressure on both units.
Say that was my concern because we're pulling those numbers down, but there's a big concern that we're over objective, but we've also replaced them in the private lands only.
Yes.
So hopefully we can still
keep the pressure on them.
Keep the pressure on, actually take more.
We're hoping that's the case.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, Teresa, I've got a question. August 1st, elk hunts on Panguitch Lake. Is that going to happen this year? Did I see that? I thought I seen.
Is that private land?
No.
While Josh is coming up here, I need to give a shout out. I've got a couple text messages that there's a few school classes that are watching on YouTube our meetings, so checking out how wildlife is managed in the state. So we want to give a shout out to those elementary school classes that have tuned in and tell them thanks for joining our meeting. And we're about to introduce you to our favorite biologist, Josh. So Josh, all the little kids are watching.
If that's the case, I should tell them about the story when you and I went coyote hunting. Yeah, Donnie, we have that Paunsaugunt Plateau is what it's called. It'll be from the 1st till 16th, 15th, whenever, just before the bow hunt starts. And it's focused right on that area, right around that Mitchell sawmill where a lot of those cow elk go to summer. So that's where we have that impact with the habitat.
What was our success last year?
It was pretty good. It was one of our highest ones. I don't remember off the top of my head, but it was 50-60% range. It was pretty good for what we have.
The comments I get is it's right on top of our limited entry archery and hunts, and it stirs those elk up where they haven't got a good a chance of harvesting an animal.
Right.
We have a lot of campers up there that enjoy the elk.
Yeah.
Like to watch them, and had a lot of comments on why in the world are we doing that.
Yeah, and mostly it's just trying to be responsible stewards. You know, those guys that have those allotments up there, there's a significant amount of those elk that go there. A lot of those elk that had collars on them that we had went to that portion within the boundaries of that unit before the summertime. So we're trying to just be responsible there to knock those elk out and scatter them out a little bit out of that area for that time.
Yeah,
so
sure.
It's kind of a trade-off there.
Some of the things that I can see that'd help is those elk. We've got a lot of dead trees up there.
Yeah.
In fact, most of them are.
Yeah.
And the elk and the cattle used to go into there. When those pine needles came off of those trees, the feed came in really, really good.
Yeah.
But now those trees are starting to fall down because the Forest Service hasn't done anything. And
it's a pretty significant habitat
putting
issue
more
for
pressure out around there. Maybe we need to get after the Forest Service too to do some summer projects there for our submarine elk.
Yep, I think that would definitely help us out.
Anyway, I had a lot of people really complaining bad about.
Yeah, I had several calls as well.
So, so you know, that's what happens when we shoot. You know, have those hunts right on top of a limited entry hunt. So.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Josh. All right, questions from the rack chairs. Questions from the audience. These are questions. Being none, we'll bring it back to the racks for the. Come on up, Jeremy.
Jeremy Anderson, Regional Director from Mule Deer Foundation. Justin, I noticed on the boulder, we dropped the number for buck permits. Is that correct? I know we're on does.
Let me go back. Yeah, I think on the boulders we did.
Yeah.
Had about 100 buck permits. Yeah.
And then, but we increased, or we did 300 doe permits?
Let's see. Let's go back. Yeah, on the plateau boulder, 300 doe permits. Correct.
Is that just purely just the buck to doe ratio numbers that are pushing that, or why would you drop one and raise the other?
Yeah, so we would never harvest does just to make our buck to doe ratio inflated.
Okay.
It's a great idea, though.
I've been beating you up about does enough. I just wanted to ask.
It's actually pretty. Maybe we could explore that a little bit. No,
PhD at work right there. That's what you got, Justin.
Teresa, do you want to talk about the 300 permits on the?
Well, now he's passing the buck. That's great.
Well, by design. I mean, on the antlerless stuff, the regions know this so much better than I do. So.
Just remember, I have the Green River High School diploma. I've got one step ahead of you. So.
All right, so those ones are all really focused and targeted for depredation type issues. So we've got some around angle, where we have a lot of deer coming into the agricultural fields there. And then I think the other one is the antimony ones, where we had like 700 deer sitting in some agricultural fields.
Okay, so it's agricultural.
They're really focused, not population for the entire unit. They're just to address those issues in really specific areas.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good question. Thank you, Jeremy. All right, I'm going to start down here with Kevin Albrecht of the Southeast region. Kevin, wow us with your simple yet direct report.
All right. Again, I'll remind you we did have a quorum.
Thank you for that.
And our motion to accept the DWR recommendation passed unanimous.
Do I dare ask, Dave?
That was way too easy. I mean, they even have
you would
anybody
think so.
show up at these meetings?
Okay, go ahead, Dave. I got a whole nother book of empty papers up here to write down whatever you come up with. So,
well, if you've read the minutes, and you know there was a ton of issues that came up, so
and I have, and there were.
And we tried to address some of these first individually, the ones we thought that were more important. So there was a letter that was presented by the BLM, and they proposed that we expand the boundary there on the Parowan front to go north across Highway 20 to include some habitat that they wanted to protect. And so there was a motion to accept the BLM's proposal to expand the boundary.
You're talking about the doe hunt on the Parowan front right there?
Yes. And that motion failed. 5 in favor, 7 opposed. So that one didn't pass. There was a lot of discussion on the beaver unit. And if I understand Justin right, their new proposal kind of takes this in where there's 3 different hunts, and they want to target those hunts, 2 of them on the north end of that unit, and also add 80 permits. And that passed unanimous, but I think that's part of your proposal now. Right. There was a motion to add the Plateau, Monroe, and the Southwest Desert to the private land only hunts for the cow elk tags. So that would be 3 new areas that are not currently in the proposal. That passed unanimous.
Give me those units again. The Boulder?
No, well, the Plateau, the Monroe, and the Southwest Desert.
Monroe. I'm trying to sound it out. Okay. Yeah. Do the private lands. Okay.
And then we get down to the remainder of the recommendations, and we had a motion to accept the remainder of the recommendations as presented, but Mac amended the motion to add an additional 200 cow permits to Panguitch Lake and 150 to Southwest Desert. That motion was seconded, but it failed, 3 in favor, 7 opposed. Which means we went back to, well, let's see, one more. We forgot to visit the antelope, and there's quite a bit of discussion on the antelope.
I just want your final motion.
There
just
was
a simple
a
final. What do you
this,
want us to
this
vote
one
on?
passes. This
All
one
right,
passes.
this one passes.
To pass the division's recommendations with the amendment to increase antelope tags permits on the plateau by 300 permits and split the additional tags between the first and the second hunt. So those 300 permits would be divided between the first 2 hunts with no additional tags on the third hunt. And that passed 9 in favor, 3 opposed.
Did Mac make this motion?
Yes.
Who seconded it?
And
who voted for it?
I think it was Craig. I don't have who's. I
All
believe
right.
it was Craig.
That's all right. Okay, thank you. Is that all?
That's it.
Holy cow. You only took up half a page. Good job. Randy?
The Northeast region supported the division's recommendations as presented. It passed unanimous.
You see how that was? You see how easy that was, Dave? Did you
I
hear?
don't think they're earning their money over there.
Richard?
RAC made a motion to accept the division's proposal as presented with the addition of 200 private land elk permits on the West Desert Vernon unit. Since then, they have modified that.
Justin, those have since been incorporated into the division's proposal, right?
It's 125 permits now. That's what they recommended. So
the rack said 200 and the division says 125.
now, yes. So
Okay.
that motion passed 8-1.
Okay. Other than that, that's it. Professor Cavett. Do I call you professor or doctor?
You can call me John.
John?
Yeah.
All right.
So the Northern Region had a motion to recommend the Antlerless permit recommendations as presented, and then also asked the division to explore changes to the Antlerless elk season dates. And the justification for that, we had public concern that there's some late season cow hunts that are running from August into the end of January, and there's concern about the stress that's putting on animals.
So was the late January hunts the crux of that concern? Most people were concerned about that. Okay.
Right.
I've heard a little about that, and I did see that in your minutes.
That passed unanimously.
Okay. So was the discussion there to end them in December, or did they have a...
There wasn't a specific date. There was just a concern and asking the division to come up with some ideas on that or look at that,
okay.
See if there's any stress.
Thank you. All righty. I guess I ought to take public comment. I have 3 of them. First up is Gene Boardman, followed by Ben Louder. After Ben, I got Bill Christensen, and that's all I have. If anybody else wants to comment, fill out a paper. Oh, yours is on, yours said 6 and 7, right? Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm Gene Boardman from Hinckley, Utah. On the antlerless hunts, in the southern region, when we discussed this, it got to be a discussion about managing the antlerless elk and how many we could kill, and kind of passed over the opportunity for the public hunters. We're cutting public draw tags by quite a bit here, and providing a lot of private land tags. Let me just tell you quickly about my experience with private land. In Johns Valley some years ago, there was an early hunt for cow elk, supposedly because of extreme depredation on private land. We drew a tag on that and went down. Sorensons wouldn't let us cross the land. The polygamists wouldn't let us cross the land. The pot grower sure didn't want us to cross the land. We could see the elk over there on the side of one side of the valley, but we couldn't get to them. So we went to the other side of the valley, killed a cow and orphaned a calf that wasn't bothering anybody. So that's my experience, one of my experiences with private land. I just don't want to hunt anywhere where I have to deal with private land. And so I'd like to see as many of these elk available on public draw as possible. Also, because the family deer camp's pretty well gone by the wayside because we can't draw every year. We can't put in the whole family for a year, and we get them split up and everything. The family deer camp's pretty well gone. But there's an opportunity for a family elk camp to hunt cow elk and spikes. We like to see those cow elk tags available in a good time for a family camp, like the early hunt, the first part of October. We'd like to see more permits during that time frame. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ben Louder. Never be sorry for tripping Ben. He deserves it every time.
Every time. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Ben Louder representing the Utah Bowmen's Association. We support the division's recommendations as presented. Just on a side note, a personal note, really excited to see the division utilizing the private lands only tags as a tool to help manage elk on private grounds as landowners see fit on their own property. So I applaud them for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Bill Christensen, followed by Troy Justinson, and that's the end of my cards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bill Christensen, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. We also support the recommendations the division has given. We've gotten some feedback that I'll just share, and The Southwest Desert has been a problem area. The elk go back and forth between Nevada and Utah. It's hard to count them depending on when you're counting them. It's a difficult proposition. Livestock operators are frustrated. They can't do much about the feral horses. Maybe under the new administration there'll be changes there, but because of the frustration with feral horses, they take it out on elk. And we would like to ask the board and the division to be careful. We're happy to see a drop, but the people that have contacted me would like to see a bigger drop. Again, the number of elk that are there depends on when you count them and where the pressure is in Nevada or Utah. So it's a tricky area, and we would ask that the board be careful, because the number one problem in the Southwest Desert for all species that graze is the feral horse, and they need to be removed down to a point where the land can hold them. Thank you.
You're here. Thank you, Bill. Troy Justinson. I'd like to remind Troy there are children watching on the internet.
I'm glad you did that. Thank you. Now, Troy Justinson, Sportsman Fish and Wildlife. We support the division's recommendations along with the new private land tags out on the Vernon. Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. I don't have any other comment cards. Anybody got anything else they want to say? If not, we'll bring it back to the board. I just wanted to touch real quick, and Justin, you might be able to help me out. On these private lands only tags, I understand what Mr. Boardman's saying about you got to deal with private lands, and sometimes you get access and sometimes you don't. But these are not, and I feel like I can speak to this a little. I was on that committee, the elk committee. These are not an attempt to try to privatize or limit public hunters. These are a management tool that the division uses when necessary to deal with elk that otherwise can't be dealt with, whether it's a depredation issue, on agriculture, pressure on private land, pasture, whatever it is. And that's why we use those. And we always want to use our tags to benefit the public hunter, so that people can draw them and have a great experience. These aren't really an experience-driven tag. These are a tool to get a problem elk. Am I missing anything there?
No, long term we're trying to help public draw hunters, and I know in the short term we're making some pretty deep cuts on public draw permits, but we're in the process of retraining elk and on a lot of these units. And this, if I can show a graph, it wasn't part of the presentation, but I had it at the end. This is what we're trying to do, and I'll take a minute and explain this. The graph on the left shows the percentage of elk that are on public lands, and in the summer you had 75-80% of your elk on public lands. So as sportsmen are out and they're scouting, and campers, they're seeing elk, and then as soon as these hunts start, these elk just abandon the public land and they seek refuge on private lands and other areas like that. And we had it to in 2015 where at one point 25% of our radio collared elk were on public land. That was it. And so this came up in the statewide elk committee, and what can we do to reverse this? And what we want to do is take a long-term approach and back off the public draw permits, put pressure in these refuge areas so that elk don't feel comfortable on private lands, so that this isn't just their go-to move when they feel some pressure. And in 2016, we did just that. We backed off some of the public draw permits, flooded the market on the Wasatch with private lands only permits, and you can see, during the same time period when these hunts start, it wasn't 25% of the elk were on private lands, or on public lands, excuse me. It was closer to 37-38% were on public lands. So in 1 year, we shifted the distribution about 13% of the population. And so what we're trying to do is, down the road, when we add more public draw permits, which we will, it has to be a strategy that elk don't feel comfortable on those private lands and the public lands, and and hunter success rates are increased.
And I wanted to ask you about that because I don't want people to think that we're trying, when we see public land only tag, we are not trying in any way, shape, or form to push away from public hunter. And he mentioned, the family elk camp. That's how how we get together. Our family camp anymore is a family elk camp more than a deer camp. And so I can appreciate very much what he's saying, and that is very important. And these permits are not an effort to get away from that, and we're not putting that family elk hunt or that public opportunity and the good hunting opportunity on the back burner in any way, shape, or form. This is a tool to deal with a problem.
Exactly. And we had years, and this board brought it up, that on the Wasatch, that hunter success rates were in the single digits. And I'm not on individual hunts, and I'm not sure what that does for the family hunt. And we did, Mr. Chair, we were asked to think outside the box, and this is new for us in Utah. And it worked the first year, and I'm eager to see if it doesn't help us down the road. I mean, my hope is that in 4 or 5 years, public draw permits are back up, and hunting is better on all fronts. So
thank you. All right, boys.
Justin, before you sit down, now on these public lands only, are they a draw? How do you get those?
You just go get them over the counter.
They're just an over the counter.
Correct. Yeah.
But you've got to have permission from a landowner in that area.
Yeah.
To hunt, and it's private lands only. You don't go off. Is there a buffer?
There's no buffer.
There's no buffer. It's a fence line.
Fence is your buffer.
The fence line's the buffer.
If
So
you're
you
feeling the barbed wire, you're pushing your luck. So.
Okay. Okay.
You've heard a number of rationale for these today, and I think maybe just one more thing to add is this is also a tool for the private landowners themselves. We've also heard some frustration over time saying, I want to be able to try to manage some of this hunting. We have, to some degree in northern Utah, CWMUs that give landowners a way to make some decisions about how wildlife look on their landscape. And they haven't felt like they've always had that in southern Utah because there's a lot of public land. So I think this has been very, very well received, and I think it's working, and I hope it's a win-win as we try to put elk back where they belong.
If I have a general season any elk permit, I can still go on the private land if I have permission. It doesn't prevent me from that, but the private land is only private land. So if I have a regular permit, I can still do private land if I have permission from the landowner.
An antler permit? Let me make sure.
No, a cow tag. If you have a cow tag and that property that has private land tags is within the unit,
yeah,
that cow unit.
Yeah, I'm still okay if I get permission.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But the private land only is only private land. Okay.
How important is the permission, Justin? Because if that's really important, me and Calvin need to have a talk. I've kind of set that on the back burner with Calvin's property the last little while. But
it's important.
Get permission first is what we tell people. Get permission first, then buy the permit. All right, boys, we got a few minutes here. We need to, can we hash this out and vote on it in a 5 or 6 minute period? Because lunch is getting cold. Let's finish it. Yeah, yes. So, the changes that I have are in the southern region. They asked that we increase the plateau, I think that's his plateau antelope by 300. Plateau antelope by 300.
Can I ask a question about that? I had a question. I was just curious about that because didn't we drop the overall, or you said the overall population numbers had dropped several hundred from what they've been in the past. And so we have several hundred fewer pronghorn on the unit, but you want to raise antlerless permits by 300, not you, but the southern region RAC. Is that right?
Yeah, at the time that a lot of this discussion was taking place, it was, we were thinking we were about 2,000 to 2,200 pronghorn, and we were talking about 300 permits, excuse me, in addition to a capture this December. And now, after our survey, we were comfortable keeping the 300 permits because that would equate to harvest about 150 doe pronghorn, which is 10% of the herd. And then at that point, this December, and we can reassess whether we want to do that transplant or not. It's not likely if the population's only at 1,500 that we would do it, but if we have great production and it's a good year for pronghorn down there, we still might be able to take a few animals.
So the 300 antlerless permits, the increase of 300 is not a concern for the division?
Sorry, too many 300s floating around. So our recommendation was 300.
Yeah, let's make sure we get this.
Yeah.
Your recommendation was 300. The RAC then asked for an additional 300.
We wouldn't support that.
Okay.
I don't think that's a good move.
It looks to me like the original 300 that you asked for is, I mean, you said it's okay, but to me that looks borderline aggressive.
It probably is on 1,500 animals if we weren't going to do a transplant.
And if you just harvested or had the 300 permits, the regular 300, that would perhaps preclude you from doing a transplant in the fall.
Yeah, I mean,
depending on what the production's like this spring.
Correct. We're at about 1,500 now, so depending on what production is and what kind of year we're having, we may not do that transplant if it doesn't make sense.
Okay.
So.
Justin, how is the winter out there? Do you know, as far as any mortality or anything like that?
I don't know. I didn't spend
mild.
much time on the Parker this winter, so. Steve, you live down there, don't you? How was it?
We also have from the southern region, the Plateau, the Monroe, and the Southwest Desert get private lands tags. Do we have a number or a?
No, they said that'd be just at the discretion of the DWR, but just have that as a tool available for those units.
Just to me, that would say that we ask them to consider that next year when they bring that around, they look at doing that and adding it next year where we got the rest of the numbers. If we add them this year, we'd be taking them from somewhere, or that'd be a tough nut to crack right now.
If I might be mistaken, but I think there was a percentage on the other units where that is there. And on one of these units, there's no cow elk tags available right now, so you can't get a percentage. I think it's the Monroe. And so that's why we had to leave it up to DWR. But,
all right.
But it's just so that tool is available.
Make that tool available, basically, is what they're asking.
Right.
Gotcha. Then in the central region, the division adopted their private lands tags on the Vernon with a slight variation in the numbers from 200 to 125. Is that right? And then the northern region, the only thing I had there was they asked that the division look at the concerns people are having with the late January cow hunts, especially where I would probably lend my voice to that concern where and it's kind of a double-edged sword where we need to manage our cow numbers, but we're restricting shed antler activity, but we still got people out there hunting. So I heard that a lot. So
is that something, Director, that you could do an emergency closure on these late hunts? Could you, hey, you know what, we've got a hard winter here. We're done the 1st of January, the 15th of January, instead of going clear to the 31st. Is that an emergency thing that you could do on a case-by-case, year-by-year, depending on the winter?
It's been done before. I don't think while I've been in this role we've done it, but I think our prior director had done that once or twice. It's probably something
I can see that
I don't think a majority. Certainly, it's a minority of our hunts that we push into January. A lot of times, those are split hunts where we'll try to spread that pressure out over time, so we're not just stampeding elk all over the place. But I've heard those concerns a lot, which is it's hard on some of these animals, especially when you get a heavy snow year that you got all these animals standing on their belly in snow, and here comes everybody.
Well,
shooting
that's what I
at
say.
them.
When you get a heavy winter like this, then if we did it for the shed antlers because of the stress on the animals, maybe we ought to do the same thing.
I mean, that's
in
always
January.
an option to do.
I think the intent of our RAC, the Northern RAC, was to ask the division to review it and then come up with some kind of a policy. And we put that on the action log along with all the other stuff we have.
I will add it.
I think that would be good to
No
look
problem.
at. Yeah.
We had WMAs that were still open when we did the closure, that we had people out there elk hunting on WMAs that can't pick up horns.
Can't pick up horns, but you can shoot their mama. So, Richard.
John, I was just going to say that, a few years ago, our RAC talked about that very thing, but it was more than just about whether it bothered the elk. I mean, the deer are really disrupted by that also. I mean, they don't know they're being hunted.
I think that's the heartburn that people have. I mean, because people are out there. It just puts more people out there. So, Justin, go ahead. I can see you want to defend yourself, so go ahead.
It's just, I think one thing that we're missing is we don't call these hunts into late January so we can disrupt deer and those types of things. I mean, that's what people see, and they think, why would the division ever make this decision to hunt till the end of January? And in many cases, what we're doing is we're trying to target the right elk. And when you're hunting elk in October on the summer range, when it's you don't know if you're getting the right animals. And what we're seeing in many cases is a number of elk are coming down and competing directly with deer on these winter ranges, these limited winter ranges. And so
you're saying in reality we could actually be helping the deer on the winter range.
I'm saying it's a catch-22, because if you do away with all the hunts in January, then what you can be doing is building elk year after year on top of already stressed deer.
Well, you're the biologist, so sound it out.
That's why it's a challenge. I'll do my best. But,
right,
but I
thanks.
just want to point out there is another reason why these
Absolutely
hunts are
there
occurring.
is. And we know that, but we know that.
Yeah.
We got you. Thank you. All right. What do you want to do? The division's proposal now includes the private land tags from the central region, so I'd consider that one as part of theirs. We've talked about the January closures. I think they are very aware of that, and will probably consider that, especially as we talk about shed antler and activity on the winter range even more. I'd probably call that one an action log. We'll add that. Private lands tags on the plateau, the Monroe, and the Southwest Desert. I added that to what we'll action log. So the only thing that varies from what I think we would pass at this point is the 300 antelope tags, which Justin said adamantly he does not support.
Well, I'd make a motion that we just accept the division's proposal, which includes those modifications on those couple of items they've recommended.
Is that a motion?
I'll second that.
Moved by Dr. King, seconded by Dr. Woodward. I could just say moved by Doctor, seconded by Doctor, and let you guess who did what. But
Okay, before we vote,
I was going to say I'm sure there's some discussion.
I got a question. You know, Mr. Parker, Randy Parker mentioned in the elk and the deer since 1950, there's been a 340,000 AUM reduction in AUMs for livestock since 1950-ish. More than that.
That's just what are in suspended use.
Oh, those are the suspended use, right? Okay.
2 million that have been cut.
Right. And, you know, I think it was Bill Bates. You had a presentation some years ago about, like, in 1950 there was only like 5,000 elk in the state, ish, way back then, and I'm not sure that we counted or have a good number. Well, we've obviously grown from 5,000 to 80,000. We've lost a number of AUMs. It looks like we're trading one to the other, and I'm wondering, you know, that's part of where our deer's gone too. Is we're trading. We have less sheep, domestic sheep, and more cattle. We've got less deer and more elk. There's got to be some correlation there. Now, I'm not saying we take the elk herd from 80,000 back down to 5,000. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there's trade-offs there. You're getting on
more components of that too. That rehabilitated 1.3 million acres.
Right, and
over the same time period.
Agree
So
with
we've
that.
increased the forage, and we've all been able to share equally on that forage that we've produced.
Bill, can you
Well,
shed
right.
some light on this?
Yeah, and livestockmen do feed a lot of animals too.
Absolutely.
And we're all in agreement with that.
Bill.
I'd just like to make a couple of comments. Randy and I are both sit on a committee out of the governor's office, out of the public lands office, where we're working with going around the state and trying to resolve issues with public land grazing. And one thing, my father worked for the division for 31 years, and he used to tell me, that it seemed to him the productivity of the land had really changed. He said back there in Carbon County, that you used to have 20,000 sheep and 20,000 deer and 5,000 cows, and he says you just can't sustain that anymore. And so what we've done is, as a division, we've got really heavy into the watershed restoration initiative and improving all these acres. And as part of this public, the grazing committee that we're on, we've committed that we're going to try to get some of these suspended AUMs reinstated where we can. And so every time we've gone and talked with the permittees and with the federal agencies, we've tried to explore that. Places where there's more forage available, can you work with us to get those reinstated? Obviously, with the federal government, nothing happens overnight. If maybe within a decade,
if at all.
Yeah.
Come on, Bill, make our rangeland great again.
We're headed for it. But anyway, that's something that we continue to push, and and so when we're talking about improving land for wildlife and for livestock at the same time.
Right, and we appreciate that. And like I said, I'm just basically just making that comment that
Well,
that's where it's gone. And we appreciate the work that we appreciate the work that we've done together on restoring the rangelands.
Yeah, and
it works both ways. What's
does.
good for one's good for both.
And I think right now our relationship with Troy Forest over at GIP is just fantastic. And we're working together.
We're working together doing, and because whatever benefits, I don't want to say us and you, but whatever benefits the range
all
benefits everybody.
Yeah,
exactly.
Rangeland health is our bottom line for all of us.
It's across the board. Exactly.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
And if I could just add on that, and I think you're well aware of this, Calvin, but to many producers, many landowners in Utah, especially northern Utah, wildlife has become a part of their business model. These CWMUs, and I can tell you, I've been at many, many meetings where I was at one with Jay Tanner yesterday from Box Elder County saying, these have become a component, along with the cattle or sheep, a part of our model. And some of that growth, and when you hear those numbers, has been not at the, at the downfall of some of these big private property owners and public land grazers, but at their request.
It's in addition to. I mean, you look at Deseret's a classic example. They probably make as much off their wildlife as they do their livestock, and they will admit that in public. They do. Yeah. So that's a big thing. So we agree with that.
Yeah.
No, that's good.
I have a motion from Dr. King, seconded by Dr. Woodward. All in favor? Passes unanimous. Thank you. We're going to adjourn for lunch. We're going to try to be back and going. I'll give you about 40 minutes. Hurry. We still got some stuff to do. We don't want to keep everybody waiting forever. So if we could be back in our place about 20 after, that would be good.